guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Delta Airlines says a flight from Atlanta to South Carolina was forced to turn around this morning due to the cabin filling with a haze. Video on social media shows that haze filling the cabin of the plane. Delta says the flight crew followed procedure and declared an emergency.
Once we landed, we were being told to keep our heads down, breathe through our clothes.
That passenger spoke with Fox News. President Trump says it's vital to put an end to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Speaking at a joint news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron, Trump said Europe must take a major role to ensure a stop to the fighting.
The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war. Something that we haven't seen since the Second World War.
The president said there's been progress made related to an economic deal with Ukraine, and his talks with Macron on Monday are an important step in this process. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada are moving forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Speaking with French President Macron at the White House, Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks are mostly lower to start the week on Wall Street.
An early market rebound after Friday's steep sell-off lost steam as shares of major tech companies declined. President Trump's comment that tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward on March 4th added to the downward pressure. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 33 points to close at 43,461. The S&P 500 lost 29 to close at 5,983, and the Nasdaq fell 237 points to 19,287. With your market update, I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Governor Ron DeSantis is creating a DOGE task force for the state of Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis is creating a Department of Government Efficiency for Florida and says already 900 positions and 70 commissions and boards are on the chopping block.
I'm excited about this effort to take some of what we've seen in Washington that they're doing with Elon Musk and apply it to Florida, both our local governments, our universities.
DeSantis says the DOGE task force will have a year to find government bloat, and the legislature will ultimately have to ratify any DOGE reductions. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Pope Francis is on day 10 of his hospitalization, and the pontiff remains in critical condition. The 88-year-old is in a Rome hospital because of pneumonia in both lungs and other serious ailments. The Vatican reports that Francis had a restful sleep and is responding to therapy, but did not give a prognosis. Apple has announced a big investment into the United States.
The tech giant revealed Monday that over the next 4 years, it plans to spend over $500 billion. The effort includes building a new factory in Houston, Texas, which is aimed to produce servers for the company's artificial intelligence software. The money will also go towards chip-making facilities in states like Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, and Utah. The company says the investment will create 20,000 U.S. jobs. This comes as Apple CEO Tim Cook met with President Trump last week as news of potential tariffs on certain imports loomed. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Looky there. The midnight hour is upon us in the Eastern time zone. Hey, you made it through. A Monday. The hard part's over. Now we settle in and actually make some progress. Time to get to work. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's been a while since we've been able to say 49 degrees at the midnight hour. That's almost like a heat wave. I'll take it. A little touch of spring is upon us. Although there are cloudy conditions outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. But we've been anxiously anticipating these warming temperatures. Finally, the first half of the week here, we're going to continue to warm a bit. And gradually, warmer air makes its way further to the east. Wintertime is not over. The little bit of cold is still on the way. Later in the week, AccuWeather tells us spring-like warmth has already filtered into the eastern half of the country. So what a difference a week has made. An end to the frigid conditions. And for most of us, dry weather. As we started the week Monday, we will see a few showers begin to pop up around the Ohio Valley and parts of the Northeast later today, Tuesday. But it's not going to do much to taint the upcoming warmer temperatures. Now let's take a look. Chicago, Pittsburgh, New York, all forecast to actually be above historical average by the time we roll into midweek. Wednesday's high in New York City may be your first day in the 50s all month long. And we're in the final days of February. Short month, by the way, 25th day of February is what we're rolling into. Yeah, we'll be closing out the final week of February here, Friday, wrapping it up. All right, it's going to be kind of a topsy-turvy pattern as the week progresses, replacing the warm weather with some stormier conditions for some. The first of two storms are going to streak across the Great Lakes come Wednesday. But thanks to the mild conditions ahead of that storm's arrival, most all the precip is going to be in the liquid form, rain. Although rain and showers could be pretty far-reaching on the southern side of the storm, it's not expected to be especially heavy. Most locations from Missouri and Illinois on to the eastern seaboard should see about a 12-hour window with some wet weather, maybe a quarter to a half inch of rain. No flooding concerns with that, even without higher rain totals. Some locations from southern Wisconsin to New York, northern Pennsylvania, where you've had the significant snowpack, you'll need to look out for the combination of the rain and the melting snow. Could see some ponding of water on the roadways and some minor flooding. Meanwhile, more snow is forecast on the northern side of the storm. Snowflakes can be most widespread for locations like Wisconsin, Michigan, upstate New York, and on into northern New England. Most areas outside of Canada and the Green and White Mountains there in Vermont and New Hampshire, probably going to see nothing more than an inch or two, not a big snow system. Whether it's rain or snow, you could see some travel delays as that storm passes through. Delays may mount during some of the busy travel times, morning and evening commutes. Second storm looks to take a similar track across the region. More cold air will be in place for that second round. The potential for snow will be a bit more extensive. It could stretch a bit further south into the Midwest and parts of the Northeast. Yeah, the stormy pattern will generally lend itself to temperature swings for the latter half of the week. A drop in temperatures following each of the passing storms. Even though waves of cooler air during the second half of the week, you're going to still notice not going to be as cold as the deep freeze we saw through much of February. And the cold unlikely to be as persistent as some of the recent waves. Temperatures going to fluctuate from one day to the next through the second half of the week. For most areas, the coldest air holds off until maybe next weekend. High temperatures still forecast to be pretty close to average for late February and transitioning, flipping the page to early March. A much more active region in the country is the Pacific Northwest, where we've seen several rounds of flooding rain, and AccuWeather tells us after one atmospheric river funneled moisture into Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and western Montana over the past weekend. We got a new system, and I can tell you, looking at the radar right now, heavier rains kind of pushing into Portland. Rains beginning to fall in the Seattle area as well. Heavier rains seen offshore. That's the next atmospheric river that's going to be coming along, bringing with it more potential flooding rainfall. You're not really getting a chance to breathe a very active atmospheric river pattern. The next storm strengthened rapidly offshore, and it's going to begin spreading yet more heavy rain to an already soaked region. By the time this early week storm is done, some of the total numbers from the weekend and this storm could be 3 to 8 inches, talking maybe 16 inches of rain in the mountainous areas. River flooding is a big concern. The flooding forecast remains high, especially with the melting snow and the contribution to runoff. As the storm intensifies and pummels the northwest coast, forecasters warn the atmospheric phenomenon, the atmospheric river comes aboard once again. It's going to bring some strong winds as well, especially along the coastal areas. Winds gusting 60 to 80 miles per hour for locations just inland and along the mountaintops. More of the sheltered areas like Seattle still going to see 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. Higher elevations could see gusts approaching 100 miles per hour. So by later Tuesday afternoon, storminess begins to wane across the northwest. Gusty winds do begin to taper off, and the rain begins to wind down. So most locations should be dry for the rest of the work week. Finally, an opportunity to catch a little bit of a breather there in the northwest. Now, looking a bit further south, Southern California into New Mexico, you're going to see a much different weather pattern. Temperatures are going to be on the rise across the Four Corners and the desert southwest. Some locations may see a high temperature approaching 90 degrees for the first time this year. Locations like Phoenix and downtown Los Angeles, you're among some of those sites that could see the 90-degree mark, especially by midweek. All right, differing areas and all. Yet tonight I see a lot of rain. Central and southern Florida, once again, soggy conditions in the Sunshine State. It's a lot of liquid sunshine there. Great to have you aboard. Looks like we had some last-minute pulling the hair out there. We had issues with the app. For our Monday morning program, we had things kind of doing a double play, 2 things at once. That's not listenable. And got that corrected right there after the midnight hour thing. So I think everything is running smoothly now. So good to have you on board as everybody gathers round for a full 5 hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will say hello to some of our listening friends. Coming up in 2.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, Florida, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Yes, there's a taco. It's Taco Tuesday, right? Happy on board for a new day. It's the midnight hour, and somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, yes, we are in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. 43 degrees, 45 rather, in Harrison, Ohio. 43 degrees in Washington, D.C. Dan Bongino packing his bags. He will occupy the top floor of the FBI building. Federal employees refused to tell their boss what work they completed in the last week. I guess that means nothing. It may be bye-bye now. You're fired. Yes, and there's 86-year-old Jane Fonda crawling back up on her communist anti-aircraft gun and firing off more leftist rhetoric. All right, snuggle up to whomever. Let's go. It is showtime. Yeah, update on Bongino. Wow, the lefties are actually going, as anticipated, bat crap crazy. With his appointment. We'll give you the latest coming up here. Of course, plenty of industry headlines to get to. Marianne is on board. There's Cowboy Corey, 45 degrees in Morning View, Kentucky tonight. Helen Roy in Northwest Illinois. Okay, about the same as 24 hours ago. 39 degrees tonight. Feels like 36. There's Tapeworm checking in from Huntington, West Virginia with 37 degrees. Says he's hauling some military Humvees back to my old Kentucky home. Finally home after 36 days over the road. Well, you've been doing the old-fashioned over-the-road trucking. Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, with 54 degrees tonight. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Yes, Bongino and Cash, the new DC-50. Book 'em, Dano. Hello to Jeffrey. There's another one of our Florida listening friends on board. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew from, as he says, a warm Florida. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. Finally got through that manic Monday. Going to be a long night. I got roped into the city for tonight. Oh, boy. I do have some news from the world of NHRA. I'll check in a little bit later in the show. 32 days, though, till opening day for baseball. Yes, spring training is underway. And don't forget, 9 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals, starting off the NHRA season. Hammer down. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Everybody be safe. Hopefully tonight will go better. Yeah, Monday was truly a Monday for Larry last evening. Airline leak stuck on the side of the road. So it's round 1 to Schenectady. 42 degrees, though, in New Paltz, New York tonight. There's the Iron Duck. Good morning, all. Iron Duck active from West Carrollton, Ohio tonight. Tony, hello, Steve, the Hotshot Secret Nation from the banks of the Ohio River, southern Illinois tonight. It's a balmy 46 degrees. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in, 43 clouds. I'm thanking God every day that Trump is making progress with Doge. Who else we got? Jerry, good morning, my friends. Have a safe day. Remember, tell them you love them every chance you get. Got 41 degrees in Kokomo, Indiana tonight. Stephen checks in from California. Good morning. There's Santa Claus also. Top of the morning, Steve. 56 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Good to have you on board, Santa Claus. Daniel checking in from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. 36 degrees tonight. Okay. Couple more here. Hello to Bob. Hello from Bob in Michigan. And there's the Michigan Man Band. Hello, Steve. Man, my adrenaline is off the peg. I raced in the championship. Didn't race every race in the league, but I finished 14th tonight out of 28. Not bad for an old man racing with these young little whippersnappers for 300 laps. Of course, Michigan Mad Bad did the virtual racing good times. All right. Mid-pack finish there. Kind of like a Danica Patrick. Is that what you feel like? There's Buckeye Boy just jumping on board. What do you got? Ackworth, Georgia, 44 degrees. Had a nice day Monday. Did some errands in the short pants. We'll be loading about the noon hour, heading your way. That's towards the secret bunker, where we'll deliver Wednesday. Then I'm going to drive up to New Holland, Ohio, meet a good friend, grab some equipment that he picked up for one of my customers, check out the new house there. I've known him since he was a teenager, and his dad was a great human along with his mom. Wonderful people. I loved them dearly. My stepson had a doctor's appointment this week. Probably going to get an MRI to see just how damaged his calf is from the skiing incident. Hope it's not torn too bad. But yes, the Trump train is rolling full speed with Doge ripping through the waste, the fraud, and the corruption. I hope they find out what politicians profited from this, Democrat or Republican. And yes, Jane Fonda is a disgrace to humanity, and I love the choice of Dan Bongino, but I will indeed miss his podcast. I can possibly see Sean Duffy's daughter, Avita, maybe doing that. Anyway, she's been doing a show the hour before Dan's and sponsored by him, so that kind of seems like it may be a pretty good fit. She's a smart lady. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. So President Trump's announcement of the FBI Director Kash Patel tapping the former Secret Service agent, popular conservative commentator Dan Bongino to be the right-hand man. That news that Bongino will serve as FBI Deputy Director, well received on the right and by members of the Trump administration. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, for instance, noting, no better patriot or professional. Patel and Bongino atop the FBI is pure fire, he says. White House advisor Stephen Miller says Bongino, the warrior America needs in this vital role. Of course, on the left, there is weeping and gnashing of teeth, par for the course. Given the Democrats and the liberal pundits were still in the process of melting down over Patel's confirmation last Thursday. Democrat Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut tweeting, Trump has chosen grifters to lead the FBI. Kash Patel sells cash-branded merchandise, vaccine reversal pills. Dan Bongino's entire show is telling listeners the world is ending, so they buy these dozens of survivalist products that he sells. Now, Murphy, who actually recently humiliated himself by attacking Vice President J.D. Vance and the Trump family over a post from a Laura Trump fan account. All right, the choice of Bongino is a radical, abrupt departure Yeah, the news feed on the liberal knockoff Blue Sky, crowded, loaded with complaints, which in many cases kind of recycled the attacks used by the establishments against Hegseth, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one self-identified member of the 2024 Kamala Harris team says, true of Trump's most devout sycophants have now been installed at the highest, most powerful echelons of the FBI, a law enforcement agency heretofore known for its tradition of independence, adding that this duo are the least experienced leadership pair in the entire 117-year history of the FBI. We could go on ad nauseum. The left literally melting down. Having a difficult time coping with this, aren't they? All right, great news for law enforcement, and American justice was the word from Trump. Dan Bongino, a man of incredible love and passion for this country, Deputy Director of the FBI. By the man who will be the best ever director, none other than Kash Patel. It is 844-844-3388. Shock and dismay from the left. All right, we'll get a news break here. We'll get some of the industry headlines, what's on your mind as we kick off a new day. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is praising the email sent by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency to federal workers, asking what they did last week. He said the email was genius and suggested the government may be paying people who don't exist.
If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Federal employees have until tonight to respond to that email, and no response will be taken as a resignation. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.14. The highest prices in the country can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.52. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, under industry headlines, let's start off with a heads up. You need to know the Kentucky State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division going to be taking part in an enforcement detail this week focused on commercial vehicles in an effort to reduce commercial vehicle crashes starting today, Tuesday, February the 25th through Thursday the 27th. Kentucky State Police taking part in Operation Safe Drive, a campaign to reduce commercial vehicle crashes. As part of the operation, State Police will be conducting inspections at weigh stations to ensure compliance with safety standards. They'll be reviewing hours of service, commercial driver's licenses, medical certification, vehicle credentials. The patrol will be looking for dangerous driving behaviors, speeding, tailgating, failure to wear seatbelts, and of course driving under the influence. According to the state police, we're proud to participate in Operation Safe Drive to ensure safer travel for everyone using Kentucky's highways. That's the East Commercial Vehicle Enforcement spokesperson. By addressing risky driving behaviors, our aim is to educate all motorists, whether behind the wheel of a passenger vehicle or a commercial motor vehicle, how to responsibly share the road. Again, so starting today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, throughout the state of Kentucky. Now, speaking of somebody who's always watching me, looking for the seatbelt violations, new technology, artificial intelligence coming into play, looking to spy on you. The South Lake Minnetonka Police Department has deployed an artificial intelligence-powered camera. It's an enforcement system, looking to curb texting behind the wheel and other distracted driving behaviors. Now, they recently announced the artificial intelligence camera technology from Australian-based company Consensus has been deployed along Highway 7 west of the Twin Cities there in Minnesota. The system features bright orange bars holding up multiple cameras that are angled to capture images of the interior of passing vehicles. This heads-up camera system uses artificial intelligence technology to determine when people are on their cell phones or not wearing a safety belt. Sends a message then to an officer who's waiting down the road to take a look at that, determine if there's a violation, and then make an enforcement action. They said the technology has been deployed in hopes of reducing crashes and roadway fatalities. Now, to emphasize the new technology, the department, the Minnetonka Police Department and the Deep Haven Police Department partnered for a special distracted driving patrol along Highway 7 earlier this month. They say our new AI technology assisted officers as we hosted a distracted driving detail. Today felt very educational for the drivers that our officers had interactions with, being able to show the drivers what the technology picked up on the camera. It was a little bit eye-opening, even for the ones that were working the detail, they said. Okay, somebody's watching. 844-844-3388. Eagle wants to jump in early tonight. Got a load to deliver some point early this morning. What's going on, Eagle? Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, brother, yeah. Yeah, I got to deliver a load tonight. Unfortunately, I'm over here in Alabama right now. I'm trying to make my way out, and I might get back to Texas. I might try to get to the race in the road course at Austin this weekend. Maybe if the weather looks good, yeah, I might try to get in there and check it out. I've driven by there a lot. Never been to the racetrack, so we'll see what happens after I deliver this load. Hopefully, I can get something rolling back to Texas and get in on that deal. Now, Steve, I got some interesting things to talk about tonight. First of all, I want to go over what's going on with Elon Musk. See, here's the thing. Before I get to Joy Reid, I got more news on her. Even she's crying like a baby now that she's out of work. But yeah, Steve, here's the thing that I hear a lot of these losers complaining about, these Democrats or whatever you want to call them, is that they saying that Elon Musk has not been appointed to the White House. He has not officially been voted in or nothing, but yet he's making all these decisions. This is what a lot of these losers are mad about. They're saying, how can Elon Musk, send out this email telling people that they don't, if they don't give what they've been doing, that is as good as resignation. Well, he was appointed by Donald Trump. He worked for Donald Trump. That's who he worked for, and Donald Trump employs this man. And he told Elon to find all the waste and everything that's going on. And like I always told you, Stephen, what my grandfather told me, if you ain't got nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be worried about it. So all the people that's worried about it are the ones that's got something to hide. So that's why they so concerned about it, because they know they up to no good. See, Steve, back in 2020, last time I checked, we didn't have a COVID virus no more. But yet you still got people that say, okay, back in 2020, people said, okay, well, we can't go to work because of the virus. Well, there ain't no virus no more. So you've been had these losers sit on their butt for 4 years collecting money. The fun is over, my man. You either put up or shut up. What have you been doing? Are you working? Are you not? Because I see at my job here driving this truck, Steve, if I don't drive this truck, guess what? I don't get no paycheck on Friday afternoon. And it should be the same way with these government officials. If you don't show up for work, there's an empty building, and you ain't showing up for work, but yet you still won't pay. There's something wrong with that. I don't know what country you living in, but you're in the wrong country now. You might have got away with it with Joe Biden, but that's over with. That's over with, Steve. Trump ain't putting up with it. No more free money going out. That goes for the welfare. That goes for the food stamps. I told you that. I don't know how many times, I don't been to the grocery store and I'm standing behind a guy in line. We're got a basket, got a buggy full of food in there, grocery, steaks, the whole deal. And you would think that guy was down and out on his luck. Well, you think he walk out to the parking lot and get in a taxi cab or something. But no, you follow that guy out to the parking lot and he walks out to a Mercedes-Benz BMW and put the grocery in the back trunk of the car and drive off. And this guy's using welfare. That's coming to an end. These people that's taking advantage of the situation. And there's people that needs welfare, Steve, and food stamps and all that. Yeah, there's people out there that need it, and it needs to go to the correct people, not to some guy that's taking advantage of the system, because it's been going on for too long. This is a new day in America, Steve. And all these government people that's losing out on jobs, hey, find you another one, my man. You had a chance, you had an opportunity to do the right thing, and you took advantage of it. You took advantage of Joe Biden, but that's over with. So we'll see how that turns out in the long run. Now, to get to Joy Reid, Steve, MSNBC, like I told you last night, I think they might be listening to your show. It might be listening to me, Steve, because it sounds like they cleaning house over there at MSNBC. Not only Joy Reid, but there's other people that got turned loose in the last 24 hours. A lot of people don't get turned loose, and that's a good thing, because the MSNBC, they need to get rid of that morning crew. The Morning Joe with them two losers, they need to get rid of the whole deal. I heard they got a new man in charge of MSNBC, and he cleaning house, and he running all of them out of town. And Al Sharpton's and all of them. MSNBC, CNN, they need to get them somebody in there, CNN television, and get rid of Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, all them, and get somebody on the television, Steve, that actually tells the American people the truth, not a one-sided deal from the left. We want to know what's going on in America, not their point of view, not the hatred of Donald Trump. When you turn on CNN, that's all you hear. So if they can't do that, hey, hit the unemployment line with Don Lemon and the rest of them losers, is the way I see it, because I'm fed up with all of them. Because this is a new day in America, Steve. We clean the house. Dan Bongino, he going in to the FBI. You got Cash Patel running things. Donald Trump is doing the deal. He got the border locked down so damn tight, can't nobody get in. This is I've never seen the USA on track like it is right now. We on track to be the most greatest nation in America. I mean, in the world once again, Steve. I'm proud to be an American. Well, I was proud to be American before all this happened, but I'm even prouder now, because now America is getting ready to be back on number one in terms of finance, in terms of the military, in terms of putting people to work. This is the real deal. So anybody that don't want to join on the bandwagon, anybody that's unhappy with Donald Trump and how he's running things, you more than welcome to get the hell out of the country, buy your plane ticket, ship, train, whatever form of travel you need to use to get out of the USA. You more than welcome to leave, because last time I checked, nobody wasn't forcing you to live here. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right there. Eagle, have a good morning. Safe travels. Speaking of the southern border, Kirsty Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, this past day said apprehensions of illegals over the weekend at the southern border marked the lowest in 15 years. Taking to X to announce the Customs and Border Protection encountered just 200 illegals on Saturday. That is the lowest single apprehension day in over 15 years. Thank you to President Donald Trump and our brave men and women at Customs and Border Protection. Encounters have indeed plummeted since Trump took office, vowing to close the border on day one, and he did via executive orders. Further, the Pentagon deployed 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border, bringing the total to 3,600. These soldiers charged with the placement of physical barriers, providing transportation and intelligence support, and other assistance to the Border Patrol. In Arizona, it was reported that Border Patrol agents were installing concertina wire to reinforce sections of the border near ports of entry. An additional 14 miles of concertina wire had been installed on top of both primary and secondary fencing along the Arizona-Mexico border. Border Patrol agents in Arizona reported 5,620 encounters with people crossing between ports of entry. That's 10 times fewer than the same month a year ago. Now, the Pentagon just last week announced that the U.S. and Mexico had agreed to conduct coordinated military patrols on their respective sides of the border, increase information sharing, and improve communication methods to bolster that border security. As a result, the migrant shelters in Texas that had previously housed nearly 1,000 people every day at the height of the border crisis, they're pretty much empty. Some of them are actually shutting down, closing up shop. All right, a Tuesday coming on. Good to have you with us at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, about 9 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I've talked a lot about electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging stations. The order coming down from the administration to shutter some 8,000 charging points around the country at federal buildings. Yeah, things kind of going backwards with electric vehicles, the push, the mandates. Seems like several months ago we had talked, I think Horse Feathers brought up in the Baltimore area. They had purchased some electric buses. The same was the case in Maine when the EPA visited schools in Winthrop, Maine. Part of an investigation into electric buses supplied to schools through federal grants. This probe, after it was discovered that the buses built by a Canadian company have proven faulty. Federal agents visited the schools in late January while probing the electric school buses built by the Quebec-based Lion Electric Company. Interim Superintendent Becky Foley explained the situation to the school board. According to the report, Foley said the EPA interviewed her and Josh Wheeler, the school district's director of transportation, about 4 electric buses that have been plagued with problems ever since they arrived in Winthrop from Lion Electric in late 2023. I met with an EPA special agent to see if there was any fraud committed by Lion. I think whatever resolution may occur is going to take some time, but I'll keep the board posted, she says. Lion Electric, headquartered in Canada, had filed for credit protection. It was the first company to provide Maine with electric buses through a federal program looking to replace gas-powered buses with electric vehicles. But the Quebec-based company is no longer part of Maine's program to provide electric buses to school districts in the state after it was discovered that the only buses that consistently experienced problems had all come from Lion Electric. Also, Maine schools began reporting problems with their EV buses from day number 1. In a letter sent to the EPA, the Maine Department of Education commissioner asked how she should advise the schools in her state that have Lion Electric buses to proceed. In more than half the school districts, the buses are inoperable. A former Lion Electric technician, meanwhile, told the outlet that the company's buses are more like a science project than a validated road legal vehicle. Really? Notably, Lion Electric being under credit protection means it does not have the ability to ship the parts they need to fix its buses. Meanwhile, the Canadian company reportedly owes Maine schools at least $57,000 toward bus rentals that are being used in place of their electric vehicles that could not operate. We're waiting for the technician to come up, according to Foley. Our buses are still under warranty. So we're waiting for the technician, but there are no technicians in Maine. The tech would be the one to tell us what's wrong with the buses and what the buses need. But all these projects that it just looks so good on paper, we're going to save the planet. But it doesn't, you can't get the kids from point A to point B with a bus that doesn't run. And the prospect of electric vehicles in Maine to begin with, the harsh winter conditions, the batteries. Now, the batteries lose charge exponentially faster in those cold conditions than they do in a warm climate. All right, one other industry headline as we roll toward news update. Robert will be checking in coming up here. And he's referencing, if you're on the app, yes, the app is showing that it's a replay. It says it's February 19. It is not a replay. We are live, and that's another thing they're working on, trying to get that sorted out. It kind of does that night after night. It's the 25th of February there, Robert. The National Motor Freight Traffic Association is announcing significant research findings that have led to the publication of a cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency advisory when it comes to trucking. The advisory warns of a common vulnerability over the past 18 months The National Motor Freight Traffic Association cybersecurity team worked closely with the manufacturer of the impacted trailer equipment to investigate and address this newly identified vulnerability. This collaborative effort highlights the critical importance of cybersecurity measures across transportation and logistics. The advisory reveals a new class of wirelessly accessible vulnerability in trailer equipment, underscoring the urgent need for mitigation to be implemented industry-wide, they say. These vulnerabilities pose potential risks to operational security and emphasize the importance of proactive measures to protect equipment as well as infrastructure. Yeah, a lot going on in the tech world, with cybersecurity being a growing concern. The OIDA Foundation said owner-operators are prime targets for fraud. We'll give you more on that coming up after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Speaking with French President Macron at the White House, Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is praising the email sent by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency to federal workers, asking what they did last week. He said the email was genius and suggested the government may be paying people who don't exist.
We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Federal employees have until tonight to respond to that email, and no response will be taken as a resignation. Some agencies have directed their employees to ignore the email. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is temporarily blocked from accessing sensitive data from two government agencies.
A Maryland U.S. District Judge ruled today the Department of Education cannot disclose the information of 6 Americans and members of 5 union organizations who filed a lawsuit. The judge also barred the Office of Personnel Management from doing the same. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Fabric and craft store chain Joann is closing all locations. That announcement was made earlier today. A liquidator has agreed to buy all of Joann's assets, and going out of business sales will be held at stores. This comes after Joann had announced plans earlier this month to close around 500 stores. The store was founded in 1943 in Ohio. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.14. The highest prices in the country can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.52. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The former Secret Service agent who shielded First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy during the assassination of JFK in 1963 has died.
The Secret Service says Clint Hill died at home on Monday at the age of 93. Hill served 5 presidents, including Dwight Eisenhower and Gerald Ford, and was given the highest civilian honor for bravery awarded by the U.S. Treasury Department for his part in protecting the First Lady. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East believes the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will reach the planned second phase.
Steve Witkoff told CNN State of the Union an extension of phase 1 is needed, but he's confident the hostage deal can reach the next phase.
We have to get an extension of phase 1, and so I'll be going into the region this week, probably Wednesday, to negotiate that.
This comes after Israel refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners on Saturday in exchange for hostages already released by Hamas. Israeli officials said the prisoners wouldn't be released until Hamas guaranteed they would no longer stage disgraceful ceremonies dishonoring the hostages. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A Bucknell University student is $10,000 richer thanks to retired Major League Baseball star Alex Rodriguez.
Rodriguez was at the Bucknell basketball game against Army Sunday when he stepped up at halftime to take on a successful half-court shot. Rodriguez picked up the lucky recipient of the $10,000, Owen Garwood, and twirled him around the court in celebration. Garwood said he would use the money for tuition and help out his parents. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Kicking off another hour as we close out a Monday from time zone to time zone. All right, final Tuesday for the month of February. Here it is. That'd be the 25th, correct? February 25. Hello to Big John, who says, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Just wanted to shout out and thank every man and woman to get the job done every night, rolling down the road in their big trucks. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to make it. Thanks again for all you do. And as always, everybody drive safe. Have a great week. There you go, from your friend Big John. Hello to Wes, checking in from north of the border. Good morning, Steve. Hope all's well. Checking in from Preston, Ontario, Canada. 37 degrees tonight. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 50 degrees in Collins, Missouri. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a high rate of speed. 53 stout steers headed for the corn patch. How about a special Show Me State shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. And there's Daniel on board. We were talking about that Highway 7 west of the Twin Cities. He said, so in other words, if you're on Highway 7 west of the Twin Cities, you better have on your Joe Biden mask. Then they won't bother you. All right, there's Roy. I heard in the news break the discussions that the tariffs, Canada, Mexico, and Trump says he's planning to move forward. I really thought they would make some sort of a deal. If indeed they are implemented, most of the analysts and experts say they don't expect they'll be in place for an extended period of time because they could indeed have a detrimental impact on the economy overall. But we'll discuss that more coming up here. First, we were talking cybersecurity. And recently, the OIDA Foundation, in recent emails to members, the foundation explained why independent drivers are susceptible to cyber attacks and how they can impact your business. According to the foundation, some of the reasons truck drivers are vulnerable include publicly available business information through the Department of Transportation and the FMCSA registrations that makes it easy for criminals to steal a trucker's identity, phishing scams, which have become very popular, disguised as broker emails, and even text messages, now using artificial intelligence to mimic real company communications. There are fake load boards set up to collect personal and business information, then they just disappear. Hacked electronic logging devices, telematics, and compliance portals expose your credentials and location data. Then you've got weak security on fuel cards and business accounts. It makes it easier for the criminals to steal funds. Once criminals have enough information, they can use that to open fraudulent lines of credit, steal settlement payments, gain access to fuel card accounts, even file false tax returns in a trucker's name. Data theft like this is not uncommon in trucking. The methods that the criminals are using are getting more and more advanced, according to the foundation. In an industry where owner-operators rely and trust and reputation, a single cyber attack can cripple a business overnight. Now, those concerns over cybersecurity, echoed by the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, which I shared with you a few minutes ago, where they recently called it one of the most pressing challenges facing the trucking industry in the year ahead. While the big fleets often have dedicated cybersecurity teams, the foundation said owner-operators usually lack the resources to protect themselves against fraud. That lack of resources, coupled with the fact that cyber criminals are getting better and more aggressive with their tactics, makes independent drivers ideal targets for scammers and thieves. Without basic cybersecurity, your personal and business identity is exposed to the fraudsters. They can steal money, book fraudulent loads, or even take out loans in your name. The industry's growing reliance on digital tools, whether it's ELDs to the online load boards, means data security is now as important as vehicle maintenance. There is not one single solution to erase the concern. The foundation said the best way to fight identity theft is prevention. They did offer some suggestions to truckers to keep your personal and business data secure. First of all, limiting public access to business information, strengthening your account security, and locking down credit. Obviously watch for phishing and social engineering scams. Securing your electronic logging devices, telematics, and business devices. Managing and protecting passwords, and monitor your business accounts for any sort of suspicious activity. Taking small steps like keeping your ELD software updated. Check your bank and factoring accounts daily, looking for unauthorized transactions. That can go a long way in warding off cyber attacks. Cyber this, cyber that. I thought maybe the inbred redneck could maybe offer some maybe background information. Cryptocurrency. Crypto was supposed to be the most secure, right? Not necessarily. How about to the tune of a hack stealing $1.5 billion in cryptocurrency? Two security firms have said that the theft of $1.5 billion in cryptocurrency last week was committed by North Korean hackers. Bybit is a major cybersecurity exchange, said Friday that hackers stole $1.5 billion in digital currency during a routine transfer of Ethereum, one of the most popular cryptocurrencies in the digital wallets. Blockchain analytics firm Elliptic over the weekend identified North Korea's Lazarus Group as the perpetrators. They said they were able to monitor the movement of stolen assets in real time. TRM has determined with high confidence that the Bybit hack was perpetrated by North Korean hackers. That assessment based on substantial overlaps observed between addresses controlled by the Bybit hackers and those linked to prior North Korean thefts. Bybit's chief executive officer said on social media Sunday the firm had replenished its reserves in the wake of that theft. Now, who foots the bill for that, right? North Korean state hackers have been linked to several high-dollar crypto thefts in recent years. In just December, the FBI and the Defense Department and the National Police Agency of Japan issued a joint statement blaming North Korean hackers for the theft of $308 million from a Japanese crypto firm. All right, 15 past the hour, 844-844-3388. And the anonymous hippopotamus. Good morning.
Hey, Your Honor. So, I'm confused here. Now, wouldn't the cryptocurrency, wouldn't that have some sort of its own individual fingerprint or identification or serial number?
I mean, they've got
every unit?
The wallets. All I know is they've got the digital wallets. It's as the case has been from the beginning. It's all Greek to me. I mean, as much as people try to explain it, I don't get it.
Now asking as the anonymous hippopotamus, how anonymous is this cryptocurrency? I mean, you got to have some way to, track it of some sort. So if you steal this electronic currency, it seems like it would still have the same identification number. You know what the identification number of what it was stolen, because you should know your information. So if the Korean group that stole it, North Korean group that stole it, wouldn't it be like useless, because it should be out there like on a hot sheet saying, if somebody tries to use this currency with this identification number, don't accept it? I don't know. You think you could put that into your computer saying, this is stolen currency, don't take? I don't
Right.
know.
I mean,
as you say, it's above my pay grade.
How many times did they tell us, this blockchain technology, this technology is unparalleled, it's secure? I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm hoarding pennies. I'm keeping my pennies. I'm hoarding all the pennies I can find, because we're not making them anymore. So I'm just hoarding pennies. That's my retirement plan. I'm gonna have a dump truck full of pennies. But anyway, so anybody has pennies they need to get rid of. But I will take increments of $1 and $5 in pennies for the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck. Did I say that? Coming up on
did.
Mother's Day before Mother's Day. Did I say that? Boy, I tell you, these shameless plugs I get in here every now and then. Anyways, so I hear you talking about the batteries and buses and things, and of course the other thing is the fire trucks. We got manufacturers out here that are making fire trucks that are battery operated, and haven't figured out how they're going to work on these big scenes like they're putting those electric fire trucks in California, Your Honor. How long does a fire truck stay for out on one of those fires there out there where they're burning up the woodlands and I think they stay out there for like multiple days, and they bring fuel trucks around to the diesel ones and refill them right on site while they're working and everything. How are you going to recharge a battery one out there? Are you going to swap the battery out when they're out? I don't know. But anyway, so now there was a Class 8 truck manufacturer that, was supposedly building these EV tractors to be put into the workforce. What's their name?
Nikola. Yes.
Nikola?
Gone.
Yeah. They aren't related to those people that make the cough drops with the big trumpet horns there, are they? Ricola. I don't know. They aren't related, right?
No.
But boy, I tell you, that was bad. You have people like this that call you on the air. I think you better. I don't know if you should keep them around. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So Nikola, they're gone. Now, wasn't there some major trucking operations that bought into this whole EV truck thing? Wasn't there? And they bought, and they put money, gave them money, and pre-bought trucks. And how'd they make out, Your Honor? Did they get their trucks?
Yeah, a company that at one point was worth, was it $30 billion?
30 billion, with a B as in boy.
Billion. And stocks, shares were at $2,000, right at $2,000 at one point. What was it down to last week? 48 cents, I think it was.
Yeah. How would you like to be an investor in that, Your Honor? How's your 401k doing? Have you checked your 401k your Roth IRA, was any of that invested in? Hope not. Anyway, so I don't know, not a whole lot there. I was just gonna kind of come in here on a quick Tuesday note there. So I actually got a short night tonight there, so we got to. I haven't said a whole lot about it, but the wife had I don't know how to say it, but anyway, she had an injury, and we got to go back and go to the doctors today and have the 2-week afterward checkup done. So I'm getting done short tonight, so I can go home and get a nap and go with her and take her there, because she's driving. She'd have to drive with one arm right now yet. So
right.
Anyways, so she's kind of wrapped up and bandaged up a little bit. So anyways, we're working on getting her back to having 2 wings again. So we'll see where we are after today, but. Anyways, I just thought I'd call in quick. I don't know. I heard Eagle talking something about Toyota won the NASCAR race. I take it Toyota won the truck race too, because I saw something about Kyle Busch winning in the truck race. Did you have any? Did you touch on that at all?
I did not pay any attention. I did not. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I don't know how many wins he has total over all the different series of win, his total win. But I'm thinking, isn't there something out there that he was like one of the most winningest drivers if you add all the different series wins up that he's gotten wins in? I don't know. You have to check into that, see how many total wins he has in all the different divisions and series and classifications and stuff. But yep. So anyways, I don't know. That's not a whole lot going on. We had I don't know, how's the icicles doing around your house, Your Honor?
Gone.
I mean, we were
out of here.
We were somewhere around 60 degrees today. So through the day on Monday. So we got high 50s looking like all week, and back into 60s on Saturday. And I don't know, there's a rumor somebody's going to open the barn door at the Canadian border, possibly for Sunday, Monday. Yeah, and I don't know. I think I posted. I might have put it on my Facebook page. I think I did. Did you catch that reel somebody made of a Canadian police chase? Did you happen to see that one? You might have to go to my Facebook
I did
page.
not. I have
see
not
it.
seen that.
So it shows, the bad guy trying to elude the police officer with their vehicle, and the police officer is probably, I don't know, maybe 100, 200 feet behind it. But they seem to have some slippery road surface. Maybe they've been affected by this rock salt shortage, this nationwide rock salt shortage that we had. Now, I did hear that on one of the national news sources that there's a nationwide rock salt shortage now, so winter'd better be over because we have no more salt for the roads. And so anyways, this car is probably 100 feet or so, and the bad guy's trying to elude the officer, but the car is sitting in place, spinning. The drive wheels are spinning. So the bad guy gets out, or his partner gets out and starts pushing the car to try to elude the police officer, whose car is also sitting 100 feet behind, spinning, with an officer pushing the police car.
That's great.
And they're not going anywhere, but they have lights and siren, and they're chasing. Yeah, it was pretty comical. But so if you want to go over to my Facebook page there, what is it, Will Tutton, I believe. I don't know if I can have horse feathers on there. If you can search horse feathers in Facebook and find me or not, but if you do, and you find that little cute little video, I think just above it there's a link to make a donation to the Mother's Day truck con. Did I do that again?
Is that where you'll find I'll be darned.
I'll be darned. How did that happen? Anyway, yeah, that's enough. That's enough for one day. I won't do any more. Anyways, Your Honor, so about 45 minutes. I'm going to be putting this thing to bed and taking a couple-hour nap and see what I can do for the day.
Right.
And maybe we'll give you a small report and let you know how the wife's doing. But anyways, that's about all we got. So everybody have a fine Tuesday, and the app does seem to be working good. Other than, hey, did you know it's February 19th? Just saying.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night there, Horse Feathers. All right. So he does have a short night. All right. So the tariffs are going forward. President Trump yesterday said his tariffs on Canada and Mexico are going to start next month. Yeah, ending the 1-month suspension on the planned import taxes. He said in a news conference here at the White House, along with the French President Macron, we are on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. Now, he was answering a specific question about the taxes to be charged on America's two largest trading partners. He also stressed more broadly that his intended reciprocal tariffs were on schedule to begin as soon as April. He said the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. Now, as far as other countries, he's claimed that other countries charge unfair import taxes that come at the expense of domestic manufacturing here. He asserted that the import taxes would ultimately generate revenues to reduce the federal budget deficit and new jobs for workers here. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Now, most economists say the cost of the taxes will, for the most part, be borne by the consumer. Retailers and manufacturers like auto companies that source globally and rely on those raw materials, the steel, the aluminum, that's already being tariffed at 25%. Companies like Walmart have warned about some uncertainty. University of Michigan's latest consumer sentiment index down roughly 10% over the past month, due in part to fears about tariffs possibly causing inflation to get worse. At the presidential race last year, voters backed Trump on the belief that he could cool inflation that hit a 4-decade high in the aftermath of the pandemic during Biden's time in office. But he has persistently threatened tariffs and kept up those calls, even as Macron, standing beside him, had previously suggested that talks on trade had produced some common ground. I don't know where it's going. I can cite that this threat of tariffs, bringing manufacturing here to the United States is a big goal of that. Make the product here, save money for your company. Apple, announcing this past day, plans to invest $500 billion in the United States over the next 4 years, and they're going to hire 20,000 new workers as they seek relief from President Trump's tariffs on goods imported from China. So that means with Apple, we're winning. Give you more on that coming up here. Who we got on board? Grump, going to be checking in here. Plowboy, and room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration may eliminate U.S. Africa Command and move to a sub-command position under European Command as part of the plan to downsize the Pentagon. Defense officials who are pushing for the change said it would help eliminate bureaucracy and make it easier to withdraw U.S. troops from Africa. Photos of an American flag hung upside down from a peak in Yosemite National Park have gone viral on social media.
Photographer Brittany Colt captured the moment. The group unveiled it over El Capitan.
It took me a few seconds to process that it was upside down because they were still hanging it.
A group of Yosemite National Park staffers have claimed responsibility for the stunt. They said in a statement that it was to protest what they called an attack on public lands and mass layoffs. Nearly 12 of the park's full-time staff members were fired as part of a nationwide cost-cutting effort by the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. So, I guess if all the big companies did this, the Trump plan would be a massive success. There are looming question marks. Is this a good starting point? Apple? $500 billion? Bloomberg reported this past day in a move to bolster their domestic presence and potentially avoid hefty tariffs. Apple has committed to investing $500 billion in the next 4 years here in the U.S., pledging to create 20,000 new jobs, making the biggest U.S. investment commitment to date. Now that right on the heels of a meeting between President Trump and Apple's CEO Tim Cook in the Oval Office last week. Cook now joins the parade, they say, of tech titans attempting to repair their relationship with Donald Trump as his return to power. As part of the investment plan, Apple will begin producing AI servers at a new manufacturing facility in Houston. They intend to establish a supplier academy in Michigan and increase spending with its existing U.S. suppliers. The $500 billion investment in job creation of those targets surpass Apple's previous commitment made back in 2021 to invest $430 billion over a 5-year period. Now, of course, President Trump threatened to impose an additional 10% tax on items imported from China, where Apple manufactures the majority of its products, implying that the iPhone maker is investing locally to avoid said tariffs. Now, Cook framed the decision as a demonstration of Apple's confidence in the future of American innovation. We are bullish on the future of American innovation. We are proud to build on our long-standing U.S. investments with this $500 billion commitment to our company's future. We'll keep working the people and the companies across the country to help write an extraordinary new chapter in the history of American innovation. Now, going back to Trump's first administration, Cook successfully persuaded the president to spare the iPhone from tariffs by arguing the tax would benefit competitors like South Korea's Samsung. Apple also made several announcements about U.S. investments during that time, crediting Trump with Mac Pro manufacturing ramping up in the state of Texas. Now, as part of the new investment plan, Apple and Foxconn will begin producing servers for the cloud component of Apple Intelligence called Private Cloud Compute in Houston later this year. A 250,000 square foot facility dedicated to this manufacturing is set to open in the city next year. The private cloud compute servers will utilize advanced M-series chips, which are already found in Apple's Mac computers, but will continue to be produced in Taiwan. Apple also plans to expand their data center capabilities in Arizona, Oregon, Iowa, Nevada, and North Carolina, all states where the company already has a presence. They confirmed that mass production of chips started at a facility in Arizona just last month, with the plant reportedly building chips for some of the Apple Watches and iPads. So another 20,000 jobs will focus on research and development, silicon engineering, and artificial intelligence. They're also opening a manufacturing academy in Detroit to assist smaller companies with manufacturing, doubling their U.S. manufacturing fund to $10 billion. Those are positive things. Now, again, the train is beginning to roll. How many others may jump on board? That is the premise of the tariff threat. Make it here, save money. Good morning, Grump.
What's up, Steve? I was listening to you there when you was talking about those cameras and the AI cameras where they're checking seat belts and things like that.
Yep.
You know, the ACLU is already challenging this. These cameras that you know seem so innocent and just want to look at seat belts, you know, check you for, you know, look inside your car and see if you're wearing your seat belt or you're using your phone or whatever. All those cameras are called flock cameras, and Wisconsin really started this ball rolling with all of them around Milwaukee and Madison, places like that. They got a ton of these damn things. And actually, there's 17,000 different flock camera systems throughout the United States. And they're wanting to link them all together so that they can track citizens' movements, you know, just your everyday movements. You know, say a crime is committed in Madison, you know, somewhere where there's a flock camera. They want to check where all these cars and everything. They start an investigation on tracking them, and they're doing it by license plates. They're doing it by, you know, the shape, color, and everything of the car, make and model. And it is akin to a search. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if you know, these cops do not need a warrant to look at these cameras. And same way with your, you know, with the license plate cameras, when a police officer is driving through a parking lot and this thing's scanning, you know, 1,400 damn license plates, you know, in just a matter of a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's taking those pictures that fast and stuff like that. You know, they figure, well, they don't need any kind of a warrant to say, well, hell, that car is stolen or that license plate's out of whack. So let's investigate this. But they wanted the information on these cameras, and Wisconsin, like I said, was started the ball rolling to be deleted after 30 days. Well, now they're all considering, all these states that already has these flock cameras in place are wanting it to be 120 days. So that's creating problems. But there's, like I said, there's 17,000 of these damn things everywhere. And monitoring, not just seat belts, they're there to monitor movements. And in 2012, U.S. v. Jones, that went in front of the Supreme Court when the police officers and the FBI in Washington, D.C. put a tracker on this Anton Jones or Antoine or whatever his name was, Jones vehicle, because he was a suspected drug kingpin around that area. And he was trafficking in cocaine, so they put a tracker on his vehicle. Well, the evidence and everything got suppressed because even the appellate court viewed that it was a violation of his civil rights to participate in a warrantless search of his vehicle by tracking him. And that's something that the ACLU is looking at right now. And they believe, and I do too. I think it's just, I think it's a violation of your privacy rights. Where do they stop at once they start with these cameras? They already got red light cameras and things like that, which track you violating the law, violating a lane of traffic or something, and being able to pull you over and write you a ticket or send it through the mail. They already got these things. But even Scalia, in 2012 when he wrote the major opinion on this, and it was a unanimous decision. All justices agreed with it, that it was wrote to the government using a device to monitor a vehicle's movements constitutes a form of search. And then Sotomayor, who is the most liberal person on the court, wrote on there that she had her own a separate opinion on this, and she said that it wasn't incidental, that it would be included in other types of surveillance technology, that it would constitute a search, especially kind of pointing the finger toward these cameras. And this is back in 2012. So I'm just kind of wondering what's going to happen with this once it goes, once the ACLU gets their teeth into it. And they do some good things, once in a while. And you got people that's going to stand up and say, well, if you're, what do you got to hide? Well, hell, why do you want to be tracked everywhere you go? I mean, do you want to just go to Walmart, and say there's a hit and run or somebody, something happens, or, it doesn't matter what it is, have some police officer saying, knocking on your door saying, we tracked your vehicle at Walmart. Mm-hmm. Can you prove your whereabouts in this? I don't have to prove a damn thing. If I'm just going somewhere to grab something to eat or going to a store or something like that, I don't need the government looking at me. I don't know. I think it's stepping over the bounds, but maybe they'll pull it back a little bit. But, talking about Musk here a minute ago about this letter that he sent out, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, I think this thing is going to be problematic for two reasons. Because number one, they're taking the burden of a supervisor's position, and they're asking the people to report on themselves. What did you do? For over the last week, give me 5 examples of something that you did. Mm-hmm. And I agreed that, I kind of looked at that and I kind of thought about it a little bit, but when you had the Defense Department saying, hey, don't answer those questions.
And that's
a lot of
that's what I was just going to say, because there's the Defense Department. Kash Patel said to pause any responses. And what was the Office of Personnel Management also kind of told leaders that it's not mandatory to participate in this? There's division among the ranks.
Yes, there is, and it's. I don't think Trump knew about it, and eventually he's going to have to pull the reins back on Musk, because he's, they're creating all these algorithms and they're wanting this information here and they're wanting that. Any department head or any supervisor of any of the people there should know whether or not their people is working. If they say I have no idea, then fire his ass. Right off the bat, just let's do the perp walk out the building. You're done, and step up to the next guy. And, they've already done the keystroke and they've done, the facial recognition, and they've done all this, and everything on your key card passes and everything getting into the buildings. They're looking at all this stuff, and they know who in the hell a lot of these people are that's not showing up to work and not logging in their computers and things like that. Those are the people they need to target. But, when you're talking to the DOD personnel and stuff like that, especially in surveillance areas and things, and saying this includes you, go ahead and tell me what you did last week. First of all, Musk doesn't have there's different types of security clearances. All right. In those areas right there, he has no need to know any of that, in those departments right there. So he needs to be talking to the department heads and saying, hey, this is what's going on. I've read a lot of the things that he's doing and stuff, and I agree 100% that we have to do something to stop all this fraud, waste, and abuse. It's got to come to a head, because we are just throwing good money after bad. Democrats are hating it, number one, because they, accountability is something that they can't stand. They just despise the fact that they have to be accountable to anyone or anything. If Chucky Schumer or Nancy Pelosi or somebody like that waves their magic wand and say, we need $8 billion to go here to this area, don't question it, because we've already made up our minds. This is what we need. They shouldn't get a damn dime. I was always suspect, throughout the years of my life of paying taxes and stuff like that. When somebody, look at Biden, the first damn thing that man said was, yes, I'm going to raise your taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you going to raise my taxes? I never understood why you wanted to raise my taxes when you could stop a lot of this frivolous spending and all this other crap that they're doing. And Doge is ripe for that. I mean, that the people that he's got working on this stuff is knocking it out of the park. But when you start doing stuff like that, I want a book report on what you've done last week. Get on the computers and see what they've done last week. That would, I'd be having a mass meeting of all the, all the bosses and the department heads and people like that, and pull them in saying, all right, you got, I'm going to give you 2 weeks or whatever to give me a complete listing of who has been logging in, who's been working, who's been doing this. They don't have to tell what the hell they've done.
Right.
But just prove it. Just show it in black and white that these people, these people right here, we don't know what they've done. They haven't logged in a while. Then why in the hell are we paying them? And one thing that I see right now that ought to happen, and it probably will not, is the fact that they should abolish any damn civil service union. These people work for us. We don't work for them. What does a damn union have saying, when they step in on this and they've tried to get them to strike and do this and do that. Remember the air traffic controller strike back in, 1984? What did Reagan do? Fired every damn one of them. The postal workers were going to go on strike. What did George Bush do in 41? He said, go ahead and go on strike. I'll mail you your damn checks. You can, your checks don't show up at the house. That's just all it is to it. But we've allowed this to happen over the years. This is something that didn't just show up today or yesterday or whatever. This has been an accumulation of all the swamp dwellers and all the problems that they've created in our government. When bureaucracy is so damn thick that they're telling elected officials what to do, we got a problem. And it seems like they can't be held accountable. And it's another thing that just burns me up is this idea that you cannot fire somebody because they're in the union. It's akin to the colleges and all these college professors that has tenure, but yet they want to sit up there and preach how bad this country is, but nobody can fire them because they have tenure. It's I don't know. We give money to every college, even private colleges we give money to for research and development. And that would be something that I would write into the contracts is, any one word about, disparaging comments about this country, whatever, and trying to build this coalition of idiots that just despise this nation, then fine. You don't get a damn dollar from us. You despise us. You despise our tax dollars, whatever. it's got to stop somewhere. And I think Doge and him I think, Musk has a good footing on a lot of things, but, I also think he's kind of getting out of his lane a little bit with some of this stuff. And it's going to be a point here where I think before it's all over, Trump is going to have a problem. He's going to, and you know how Trump is. He'll address it publicly. He don't give a damn. If somebody pisses him off, he tells somebody pissed him off. It don't matter who it is. I'm just kind of wondering what's going to happen here, but it's this is the thing that's going on. So it's going to be an exciting next 4 years because, I've never in my life, Steve, seen a wave start the way this has.
Mm-hmm.
He just hit the ground running and got nearly everyone that he wanted confirmed. And, he's got some headhunters in there. Cash Patel, that guy, I don't think he could have found a better or a more honest person to run the FBI, and they ain't going to put up with crap. That's just the way it is. There'll be a lot of people, they're going to cut the staff pretty quick. And Tulsi Gabbard, she's another one that I think is going to do a fantastic job in as a DNI. And she's been around it and stuff like that, but she's a manager. And that's something right there that's needed in this government right now, is to have people that are going to take care of the bureaucrats and don't be afraid to kick their ass out the door. And Trump is on a mission right now, and we're going to have to see how things go. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. But other than that, man, that's about all I had.
And any thoughts on Dan Bongino and supposedly existing and former FBI agents all saying, "Oh my God, what have they done?"
Dan Bongino has been a very outspoken person about the Secret Service, because he was an agent, and he come out of the FBI too, and a New York City police officer. So he's worked with all these different agencies and things, and he's come out of this, and he's been outspoken on a lot of the problems that's happened in these agencies and things like that. And I think one of the things that Kash Patel was looking at when he appointed him as the deputy director is that Kash himself can concentrate on what's going on the law side of it, and Dan Bongino is going to be kind of like the IG inspector of the FBI. He's going to be the dude that people are going to walk softly around, because he has no. Look, when you give up the amount of money that this man is making, he's making, $22-23 million a year, with his podcast and all the things that he's done. When you give all that up and say, yeah, I want to come back in and be part of our government, I want to represent this country. He has no, I guess, no filter on what he's going to do. And that's a good thing right now, because we want the best of the best of the best in the FBI. And Dan Bongino, I think he's going to be superior in that area. He's just, he knows it. He's got all these contacts that he's established over the years that's been on his shows, and some that hasn't been on his show that's remained anonymous. And now he is right there in the thick of things. And it's these shots in the arm that we're getting on trying to get these mentalities that you don't play. Number one, politics with people's lives and things like that you have these straight shooters that's going to come in there, and that's all they want to do is you to represent the Constitution and uphold the oath that you took in office, and quit. Look at them morons that was that swore up down they were going to stop Trump from becoming president in the first go round. Them FBI agents. Well, I can't remember their damn names. That man and woman. Yep. Who was having an affair and everything like that. That things like that, Steve, man, you read about. You should never hear about that. These are people that you hear exist, but you think, no, that can't happen. We can't have people like that. Well, look at the IRS, Lois Lerner. People like that weaponize these and stop the 503Cs and on their political contributions and stuff like that, and said, no, you can't be a nonprofit if you're a political action committee for conservatives.
Yep.
So it's this has got to happen. It's got to stop, and it's got to, I'd like to see, like I said before, I'd like to see a bunch of perp walks, man. I'd like to see people walking out the building, not just out the building, but in handcuffs for some of the things that they've done. Misappropriation of funds, that's a big one. The military is probably one of the world's worst. They can piss away more money and give it to contractors and people like that on no-bid contracts, and they used to have to post a bid bond on things. When you went into to want to bid on something, even aircraft, and things like that, they would have to post some earnest money up and say, this is my security bond that I'm going to post, saying that if I don't complete this on time, you just took, $10 billion from me, or $10 million, or whatever the hell it was. They don't do that now. It's thanks to George Bush, they just stopped pretty much all the no bid contracts and just went with whoever the contractor was. You get it. I mean, you look at some of this stuff and you say, well, I don't want some low bidder, that's going to step up here and screw things up, but yet sometimes the low bidders are the ones that do the best work. And it's that low bid may be on a cost plus basis, but when you look at it, they're getting compensated for what they're doing, but they're creating a good product. And I've had a lot of when I was in the Air Force, we did a lot of contracts and things with a lot of wrote a lot of contracts for outside contractors that was coming in to do work on buildings and things like that we had, and you oversee a lot of it. And you sit there and you go, damn, look at the waste that we're having. I remember one time they completely remodeled billeting, and they brought all these dumbasses in, like a governor and it was a Whiteman Air Force Base. And they brought some dignitaries in. They let them stay overnight in those billetings, and how nice they were and everything, because they were completely remodeled. And, billeting is like a hotel for people that's in transit, or whatever, so they billet them there. And so they brought all these people in and said, this is where our tax dollars is being spent. Hell, the next day they started knocking them down because they already allotted for new buildings.
Wow.
But yet they had that on the books to go ahead and start, to remodel these. It took 2 years to remodel
the government efficiency at its finest, right? Hey, Grump, I thank you much. I've got to get to the news break here. We close out hour number 2.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration may eliminate U.S. Africa Command and move to a sub-command position under European Command as part of the plan to downsize the Pentagon. Defense officials who are pushing for the change said it would help eliminate bureaucracy and make it easier to withdraw U.S. troops from Africa. President Trump says he's thinking about merging the U.S. Postal Service into the Commerce Department.
We're losing so much money with the Postal Service, and we don't want to lose that kind of money.
He made the remarks Friday during a swearing-in ceremony for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Trump said the independent agency would remain the Postal Service, but he believes it would operate better as part of the Commerce Department. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Photos of an American flag hung upside down from a peak in Yosemite National Park have gone viral on social social media.
Photographer Brittany Colt captured the moment. The group unveiled it over El Capitan.
It took me a few seconds to process that it was upside down because they were still hanging it.
A group of Yosemite National Park staffers have claimed responsibility for the stunt. They said in a statement that it was to protest what they called an attack on public lands and mass layoffs. Nearly 12 of the park's full-time staff members were fired as part of a nationwide cost-cutting effort by the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Davenport, Florida Police Chief Steve Parker says the parents of a 4-year-old boy who fatally shot himself are not expected to face charges. Chosen Morris had gone out to his parents' car and found the .40 caliber handgun. Parker says the boy's mother heard a popping sound and then noticed the toddler was missing.
Saw the interior door leading into the garage was open, went out into the garage, and ultimately found Chosen in the front seat of the car with a gunshot wound to the head.
Chosen's father said he forgot to take the gun out of the car and secure it in the bedroom, and this underscores the importance of parents practicing and teaching gun safety. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Delta Airlines says a flight from Atlanta to South Carolina was forced to turn around this morning due to a haze.
Video on social media shows the haze filling the plane's cabin. Delta says the flight crew followed procedure and declared an emergency. The aircraft was carrying 94 passengers. According to reports, the FAA is investigating. I'm Liz Kennedy.
CAL FIRE is doing a controlled burn on tribal lands in San Diego County.
In an effort to prevent large-scale fires in the future, the state and county agency is partnering with groups like the Barona Reservation to do controlled burns. The Union Tribune says a 160-acre burn helped clear brush back in December, and another one's being proposed for 300 acres of Viejas land near Alpine. California has a goal of burning 400,000 acres of land this year, with CAL FIRE doing 1,500 acres of controlled burns in San Diego County last year. I'm Jack Cronin.
Vivek Ramaswamy has officially launched his campaign for Ohio governor.
I am honored to announce my candidacy to serve as the next governor of the state of Ohio.
At a launch event this evening in Cincinnati, Ramaswamy said he will lead Ohio to be the top state in the country where patriots across America actually flock to instead of Florida and Texas.
I will lead Ohio to be the state of excellence in America.
The entrepreneur joins Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost in the Republican primary race to succeed term-limited Governor Mike DeWine. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636 433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we kick off another hour, round number 3. Closing out a Monday from time zone to time zone. Tuesday coming on, Taco Tuesday. Hello to Gilligan, checking in. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, a clear night in Greensboro, North Carolina. 45 degrees. Not bad. Hello to Fuzzy. Good morning, Steve. Long time in Lake Placid, Florida. Got some rainstorms, 65 degrees, gusty winds. Yeah, I've been listening every night since retirement 2 years ago. Be coming back to Cincinnati in April for surgery. All right, good to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in. And good luck with the surgery. 5-7 on board. Copy the mail, as he likes to say. And Plowboy on board. What's going on, Plowboy?
Not too much. Good morning, Steve. Well, I guess I could just, I won't want to hang up because I think Grump covered everything I was going to say. Because,
yeah.
Because me calling was when Eagle was talking about Elon wanting all these emails to cover for what they done and all this. I'm really against 99.9% of that crap because especially when you come to undercover CIA and all them.
Well, yeah, when it comes to the likes of the FBI, they could be, who knows what kind of projects, what kind of investigations they're working on. I mean, they'd have to be very vague, I guess. You can't divulge secrets, right?
Exactly, but I do agree with cleaning the ones that are not even showing up off the records. Yeah, like the ones that have been in the graveyard for the last 15 damn years that the Democrats keep wanting counted as voters in the next election. But I guess you and Grump can go to day shift now. He can park the truck. You can go to day shift now. I can't really think of who would be good enough to cover for Dan Bongino. I've listened to him a long time. And ever since, well, he's the one that took Rush's position. When Rush passed, he came in.
Yeah.
And he's got to be damn hard shoes to fill. I mean, hard shoes. I just was saying you and Grump because y'all know exactly what you're talking about.
I think
every
he's
side of the planet.
Bongino's a bit above my pay grade, I'll tell you that.
Well, you said it. I wasn't.
Yeah, right. That's
but no, I mean
reality.
Yeah, unfortunately. But damn, look at all them big figures. How many cruises do you go on in a year then, Steve?
Right.
No. And Grump was right when he made a comment about Cash Patel, Bongino, Bondi, and all these. These have got. President Trump has picked some of the best people I could ever imagine taking these positions. It's more than checking off the box, like most of the prior, especially that one that was in their most hurtful years between 2020 and 2021. Let's clarify that one. To the last one. And with President Trump grabbing Cash Patel and Bongino, nah. At least we don't have to worry about the red dress and the lipstick on that bald head.
Right? Yeah. What a case that was.
And
then the Health and Human Services
Yes,
Secretary. That whatever.
Oh God. They say Health and Human Services. Yeah, they gave me a damn headache. But They could go in there and fire a bunch more. I just heard this on your newscast right before you got to me. There's a bunch more that needs to be gotten gone. I guess I forget what forest it was in. Yosemite, I want to say, where they hung the flag upside down. Where in the hell were these bastards in the past 4 years? Why weren't they hanging up the flag, or were they part of the problem? Yeah, they hung up the American flag in the distress upside down.
Yes.
And they're part of what was still left. They ought to have been happy they still have a job. And I don't know. Now, is Horse Feathers going to have to change the name of his charity?
No, why's that?
You know where I'm at. Is he going to have to cow down to the governor of Wisconsin? What came out and going to change Mother's Day to Inseminated Persons Day?
Are you serious? I'm
damn serious, Steve.
I hadn't heard that. Oh,
As
my
a
goodness.
series of the heart attack, sir.
Oh, boy.
I heard that. Yeah. Oh, boy, it's right. I mean, I heard that, and I like to came unglued. How low can you go? Well, I guess that northern area has gotten... Their brains are frozen. Look at Tampon Tim out.
They're
Minnesota.
all about you talk about the DEI, the woke. That's unreal. Thanks, Plowboy. I've got to dig that one up. Bongino, though, on his podcast, the former Secret Service agent, who once called the FBI irredeemably corrupt, thanking the president for the appointment, I guess, this past day, suggested he's prepared to step out of his role as a MAGA warrior. But even as he did, he repeated the charge that the Justice Department had been weaponized. Now, if you listen to the mainstream media, they're saying that those are baseless charges, a claim that he's made frequently to criticize the agencies he's going to help lead now. So this is where the left is going crazy. Now, I get it if you're a political opponent that has been involved with proudly celebrating a weaponized Justice Department, how you don't understand how a guy like me, who discusses partisan content in an opinion show and go do an unquestionable, nonpartisan job, says, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Have you seen what I did before I came here? I am committed to service. People play different roles in their lives. People are dads. People are soccer coaches. People are cops, military officers, enlisted people. People are carpenters, plumbers. We play different roles. Each one requires a different skill set. Now, those conciliatory words did little to reassure the skeptics in the FBI. Some say in the Bureau's 117-year history, the deputy director has always been a career FBI agent. Deep knowledge of how the Bureau functions, not a political appointee selected by the president. Neither FBI Director Kash Patel nor Bongino have ever worked in the FBI. The FBI Agents Association said in a memo to the workforce that Patel had privately committed to installing an agent as his second in command. Oh, they didn't comment yesterday. Some FBI officials consider the deputy director job as more important than the director's role because the deputy oversees operations, supervises the heads of field offices, handles some of the most sensitive intelligence. Chris O'Leary, a former senior agent who retired in 2023, said this is beyond problematic. Any hope that Kash could be steered by having experienced leaders around him is out the window now. We now have two conspiracy theorists and election deniers running our premier law enforcement and intelligence agency. Some current employees, speaking anonymously because they're not allowed to talk to reporters, were even more blunt. They feared Bongino's appointment spelled the end of an independent FBI and put the Bureau's fearsome investigative and intelligence capabilities in the hands of political actors with radical agendas. Now, of course, you don't have the authority. You're not allowed to talk to reporters, but you're out there talking to them anyway. Some of those are probably the ones that need to be hitting the door, exit stage left, if you know what I mean. Well, good morning, Philip. What's happening?
Oh, just driving to work. I look at it this way, Steve. Hey, these guys have sat around for years, and they've pointed out a lot of things that have happened in our government. If they see all these things happening in their government, now they're in the position to where they've got to make the changes. That's the bottom line. They've got to make the changes now.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're put into these positions and they're confirmed, make the changes. Let's see what happens. You know what? We've listened to all these guys' shows and done. They've done a lot of stuff over the years and talked about different scenarios with different things that have happened in our political situation. Hey, let's give them a chance and see what's going on. You know what I mean? And let's see if they can make the change. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a shut up or put up thing, but that's the bottom line. That's what all of us are looking at here. That I'm not a party affiliated. But I'll just say it this much. If you're going to put a person in a position like that, and they've been cynical of the situation over the years, different things that have went on, hey, get in there and make your change. Here is your chance. Steve, it's just like when Chris set up your show. He said, Steve, here is your chance. Does that make any sense about it, Steve? That's the way I look at it. What do you think?
Absolutely. Good parallel.
It's one thing to sit on a talk show day in day, and I'm not talking just on TV. I'm talking on radio and podcasts, but even on TV, we've got a lot of folks that are on TV that are, they're bashing everybody, and it's like, hey, dude, now you've been put into that position. Let's see what you can do. You say we need to make changes. Let's make changes. And as far as confidentiality goes, that's a different thing that he's going to have to deal with. It's one thing when you can sit there on a show and openly talk your opinion, but when you get into an office that in the government that you're controlling, there is a lot of confidentiality there that you have to watch what you do, because you can end up in a legal situation that you don't want to be in. It can be a lot big. We've seen that with things that have just been out with President Trump over the years.
Sure.
These legal situations for even just saying something, so, but I'm going to get off the politic thing a little bit. You were talking about Starship yesterday. I heard that they're going to be going Friday now.
Okay.
And it'll be between 5:30 and 6:30 is the window. Right now, as we're talking, they are rolling the booster out to the pad and the hot staging ring, and that ring is what goes in between the ship and that booster. They're rolling both of those out. They're going to be putting them on the pad today. It's kind of interesting that they didn't put the ring on before it left, because now they've got to pull a big crane up beside the pad and put that ring on. They can't put it on with the pad itself, what they've got going on with it, so they're going to have to use a separate crane.
So if they got did they get the clearance?
Nonetheless, they've got plenty of time.
Did they get the clearance from the FAA? That they were still waiting on that, weren't they, the clearance?
The clearance has not been publicly made yet.
Okay.
But they are still continuing on.
Okay.
Now, I don't know. The big question is the flight termination system. When they put that on there, she's going. That's all there is to it. Because once you arm that, you've only got so long before you can take that off. You know what I mean? That flight termination system, That's what takes care of the rocket in case it goes awry. So it is what it is. But if you pay close attention to your clock tonight, about 52 minutes from now, we're going to have a launch down here from Cape Canaveral. And then tomorrow, we're going to have another one. And then there's going to be another one just before the Starship goes up. And then after the Starship, there's going to be another SpaceX launch. So think about that. All this launch cadence that he's got all this stuff happening at one time within 3 to 4 days, Steve.
Wow.
That's a lot of stuff to be.
I'm telling you.
That's a lot of. I mean, yeah. Just if you get a chance, check out the NASA space flight or the launch schedule. Just check out the launch schedule for SpaceX. They got a lot of them going. They've got 3 of them over here in Cape Canaveral within the next couple of days. Then you got one over in Vandenberg. Plus, you got the Starship. So he's getting her together. He wants to get that stuff up there. And I believe the one today, if I'm not mistaken, is direct to cell. I know the one after this, the next one, is going to be they're doing that for a customer. So he's trying to make some money with it too. He's got a lot more customer flights coming up. So, but I am kind of interested to what Trump is going to do more with NASA. I know you had mentioned it yesterday that there would probably be some layoffs over there. Did you hear any more about that?
I mean, they announced 200 layoffs. Initially, they thought it was going to be 400. They're saying they were able to save 200 at least temporarily, but 200 gone at this point, and they're all kind of like in limbo what the future of the Artemis program is.
Yes. I mean, I said it all along. It's too much overhead. It really is. Would I like to see it go up? Sure. I'm like anyone else. I would like to see us progress in our space travel. But when you're talking the money that NASA gets every year, and it's a major part of their budget, that's something that they could hire a contractor like, say, SpaceX to haul stuff up, who has the technology, or Jeff Bezos. I mean, that's what we've been doing with Russia. Every time that we see one of these Soyuz rockets go up, we have paid them. It's no different from us paying SpaceX or paying Jeff Bezos for Blue Origin. It's no different from any of that. So think about all the money, Steve, that we've invested in Russia by just getting our folks up there to that space station. That's a lot of money since the shuttles have went down. And they're going to have to hold it together. I think Musk has got the right way to go with it. If he can keep this technology going the way he needs to go, we should be all right. But I'm telling you what, Steve, I think Musk is the surprise appointment out of all this stuff that really surprises me, because we always thought he was more towards the Democratic side with all the electric car stuff. But it sounds like to me maybe he's seen things, other sides of the picture that we haven't, that have changed his mind considerably. What do you think?
Pappy kind of alluded to the fact that his son, who was doing the whole transition thing and ultimately committed suicide. Yeah, Pappy feels like the far-leaning left that pushed that narrative and things kind of drove him away from the woke agenda, and that's why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I think so there too, but I also, it's really surprising to see the amount of money that Tesla has made over the last few years with the electric car push and the government trying to get people into those electric cars, and how much money they've made. It's just amazing. It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what made that car company as big as it is right now. Because they would throw out, we're going to give you this if you do this, these tax breaks, all this other stuff. And I just was really surprised. It was really surprising when I seen Musk do what he did, but I understand, like you said, why he's doing what he's doing. And I hope he keeps it up. We need to cut this stuff, so. But that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you. And around, I believe the launch down here is going to be around 3:02. If last time frame that I saw, and as far as I know, it's still a go. So
Okay.
We'll catch you later, buddy.
All right, thanks for the update. Have a great morning. And what do we got here? 25 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Pope update. Archdiocese of New York priest Father Gerald Murray, says the health status of the Pope is extremely serious, were the words he used. Said the Pope is still described as being in critical condition, double pneumonia. He's developed anemia, which has some beginnings of renal failure. That they still say is under control. That's, of course, very concerning. Says he was pleased to hear the Vatican has scheduled nightly prayer sessions for the Pope's recovery. I'm glad the prayers will be offered in St. Peter's Square every evening, and I hope people are praying just in general. Then the difficult thoughts come into play about the potential of what may come next should he pass. We hope and pray that's not soon, but you have to be ready. When they do assemble in Rome for the funeral and then the consultations, this is going to be the topic. Do we want to continue the direction Pope Francis indicated or get back to Pope Benedict XVI, which, there's a big contrast between those two. Now, in spite of his health battle, the Pope posted words of hope for the Church yesterday via X, urging followers to keep up their faith. I urge you to continue your apostolate with joy and to be a sign of a love that embraces everyone. All right, but there was, you talk about night and day difference between the previous two popes, differing directions. Do they want to continue down that path? Hey, one quick tidbit. The trucking industry plays a vital role in delivering the wall that heals, a traveling replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial every year for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. If you might be interested in helping transport the wall that heals for this season, and you have the capacity, you're invited to be part of this meaningful program that brings the memorial to local communities, according to the press release from the Truckload Carriers Association. The wall that heals, as they call it. All right, more to come after this news break. First of all, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says it is vital to put an end to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Speaking at a joint news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron, Trump said Europe must take a major role to ensure a stop to the fighting.
The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war.
The president said there's been progress made related to an economic deal with Ukraine. I'm Brian Shook.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired the head of the U.S. Navy, Admiral Lisa Franchetti.
Hegseth said he fired her along with General James Slife, the Air Force's Vice Chief of Staff, and the top lawyers for the Navy, Air Force, and Army. The announcement came shortly after President Trump said he was sacking General Charles Brown Jr., the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. I know Eagle has some comments from the great state of Texas about the potential measles outbreak. Now, I have some questions. Primarily, how many of the individuals might actually be in the country illegally who do not have their vaccinations? They don't want to tell us whether they're legal or illegals. They're just trying to say that most of them are unvaccinated. Texas Public Radio reported on Sunday there could be a measles outbreak in San Antone after an individual who allegedly hailed from the original outbreak in West Texas, Gaines County, apparently traveled to multiple locations throughout the city. The director of the Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development attributed the potential for a measles outbreak to a decline in vaccinations. I worry about the destruction of our whole childhood vaccination system. If that happens, it could take us decades to recover. As of Sunday, at least 90 cases of measles were confirmed in Gaines County. Now, Children's Health Defense, the anti-vax group, says the current outbreak in Texas is a vaccine-induced outbreak. Right now, they're reporting about 48 cases of measles in Texas. The rate is unconfirmed. The way they report is very duplicitous, they say, as far as vaccines. They say the individuals that have the measles are either unvaccinated or their vaccination status is unknown. Well, of course they know the vaccination status. They're just misrepresenting those who are actually vaccinated as being, quote, unknown. That's a public health trick that happens all the time. I do believe the circulating case of measles is a vaccinia strain, so that what probably happened is it started in a vaccinated individual, recently vaccinated individual that was maybe immunocompromised and got the measles. That measles strain strengthens in that individual and then passes to other individuals. But yeah, they're not saying a thing about, we know the population coming from all over the world, Central America, and the vaccination rates for people from those countries are very, very limited. All right, Eagle, what's your take on that?
Yeah, like I say, I'm concerned about it, because I got kids, and I live in Texas, with this outbreak, in San Antonio area. And I think they said they got somebody in Houston, too. I read 2 people supposedly popped up today. But I believe when it's all said and done, Steve, that these cases are going to be from people from outside of the country. Well, like I said, the United States had a lot of these diseases eradicated, before Biden got in and he allowed all these people in. Never tried to get these people vaccinated or nothing, Steve, when they came in. That was the least Joe Biden could have done. At least the kids, he could have at least gave back, the kids, because they're going to be going to school, the illegals when he was in the White House. He didn't even try to do that. He just had the border wide open, never cared about the safety or security of no American kids. So, like I say, I'm concerned about it, because I got kids that go to school, and I don't want my, kids to go to school and contract this stuff from somebody else. So hopefully they'll get this stuff, down to the source and try to get these people isolated. Because I heard the person in San Antonio, he went to several different restaurants and college-age student, they say, and he was around a lot of people. So and there's no telling who got infected, by this individual. So, it could be on the loose, in the Texas area, spreading around, especially with the kids and stuff. So hopefully they can, they can get to the bottom of it. And, hopefully people need to get, if they in Texas, get their kids immunized if they're not already done. But like I said, we don't have to really worry about it too much now, Steve. So now that Trump got the border closed, there ain't going to be too many more new people coming in at this point, because like you said, they shutting down migrant centers all over the U.S. because they don't have no people there. Nobody's coming in, and the people that was there, Trump's already probably deported them out of the country. So we'll get to the bottom of that, the disease-wise. But something, Steve, I got some interesting news that I popped up on, and you know how I feel about these people. I went over this in my first phone call about people that don't appreciate living in the U.S. and Well, what did I find out when I was looking on my phone while I was on hold, Steve? Maybe you can research more of this after I hang up with you. I understand now that the Philadelphia Eagles football team has decided that they're not going to go to the White House due to the fact that they don't like Donald Trump. Well, some of the players on the team don't like Trump, and they don't like what he stands for. The Philadelphia Eagles football team, recent Super Bowl champions. I got bad news for these guys, Steve. These guys that they don't realize how lucky they are to be able to play the game of football, making millions of dollars, $10, $20, $30 million a year to play a game, and then they got the nerve to say that they refuse to go to the White House and meet the President of the United States, the man that's giving them, the opportunity to live in the best country in the world, to where they can earn this type of money and play on television, week after week. It's really disgusting. But I wonder if them same guys would go to the White House if Joe Biden was in there, Steve. A man that did everything he did to the USA in his 4 years, wide open borders, giving money away to countries, giving money away to people that didn't even belong in the country. Cars. Now I'm hearing that they gave them cars, airline tickets, credit cards, telephones. So these same players. This is what. Let's take a look at this picture, Steve. These same players. Because I think Philadelphia went to the White House when Joe Biden was in the White House. So these same players are saying that Joe Biden, it's okay to go to the White House to visit a man who basically turned his back on his own country, but you can't go to the White House to see Donald Trump, a man that's trying to make America great again.
Right. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I had seen some of that on social media in recent days. I had not confirmed. But I'm looking at some of the headlines right now. They're starting with the Politico, which 12 hours ago says a White House official said reports that the Eagles have snubbed President Trump are false. CNN headline says Eagles would be honored to visit the White House. CBS Sports says 6 hours ago, the report says the Eagles have not received a White House invitation yet. Look at a couple Newsweek. They're one of those spreading the headline. Philadelphia Eagles reported White House snub sparks MAGA anger. The News Journal. Philadelphia Eagles skipping White House visit, report says, but no official decision. See, that was not conflicting reports. CBS Sports, Eagles have not received a White House invitation after the Super Bowl win, but plan to accept if they are invited. So I think just hold off before we jump on the players there. Sounds like there's some misinformation out there, Eagle.
Yeah, well, like I said, I just happened to read it, while I was on hold. Hopefully it's not true. Maybe they got some false information. I hope that's what the case is, because there is no reason for Philadelphia, the Eagles football team, not to go to the White House, and visit Donald Trump. So, because Donald Trump hasn't done anything wrong. He's trying to help these people out, trying to do the right thing in America. So hopefully we'll find out in the next couple of days if it's true or not. Because I think the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles is a good guy. Jeffrey Lurie, I think is what his name is. I don't know if he's a Democrat or a Republican, but hopefully he will allow his team to go to the White House and let Donald Trump congratulate them on the Super Bowl victory. It's a shame that they would let politics get involved, in the deal. So maybe you could check up on it a little bit, and I'll check up on it a little bit tomorrow too, to find out, if this is false reporting, if it's true or not. Maybe we can find out something tomorrow night. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, the various headlines. This one was one of the. Let's see. The Philadelphia Eagles do plan to visit the White House this offseason. After all, according to ESPN, the team will go to the White House if President Trump invites them, ending all the speculation that the team would not go if invited. The Eagles have yet to receive a formal invitation. A White House official told Axios the Eagles did not decline in response to some report that the team planned to turn down a White House visit. The first time President Trump was in office, the Eagles did not accept the invitation when they won the Super Bowl in 2018. That year, President Trump rescinded the team's invitation to visit at the last minute, as some players planned to boycott the event. After the Eagles' decline, no other NFL team has gone to the White House after winning the Super Bowl. The Eagles would be the first NFL team to visit the White House in Trump's second term, if they do indeed choose to go. Of course, this all depends on the White House sending out the invitation. According to CBS Sports research, the Eagles had an average age of 26 years and 220 days, the sixth youngest team to win a Super Bowl in the Super Bowl era since 1966. So we've kind of been here, been there, done that. Back in 2018, I do remember some of the controversy at that point in time. Some players were anxious or excited about, and that's this country as a whole. Everybody's split down the middle. Some love Trump, some hate Trump. And it's not going to be different with any team in the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball. I mean, some love Trump, and others would find him despicable, right? We'll wait and see how it unfolds.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, back to the very latest on the measles outbreak in Texas, and now spreading to other states. New Mexico comes into play, escalating developments. The state's health department Monday said multiple health departments in the central and west central parts of the state are investigating exposures, including at 2 universities. Now, the outbreak in Texas, combined with cases in New Mexico County, the neighboring New Mexico County, have boosted the outbreak to 99 cases, with more suspected. February 21, so that was 4 days ago, they reported 32 more cases in the South Plains region, most in Gaines County, where the outbreak was centered, they say, in a Mennonite community. Okay, so that would be an area where Mennonites oftentimes do not believe in vaccinations, right? Now, the latest update included the first confirmation from Ector and Yoakum counties, pushing the number of affected counties to 7 now. 16 hospitalized, 5 patients were vaccinated against measles. The others were either unvaccinated or of unknown status. The following day, the Dallam-Hartley County Hospital District in Texas said a small number of cases have been confirmed within the community. While the news is concerning, it's important to note our counties have a very high vaccination rate, and that the MMR, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, is 97% effective in preventing the disease with 2 doses, 93% effective for those who just take 1 dose. Meanwhile, the New Mexico Department of Health confirming 6 more measles cases in Lee County, which borders Gaines County. Now, officials say a link to the outbreak in Texas is suspected, but hasn't yet been confirmed. 4 of the Lee County cases are children, ages 5 to 17. 5 are adults. But they say because measles is so contagious, additional cases are likely to occur in Lee County and the surrounding communities. In the update this past day, they said 1 individual from the outbreak area who was later diagnosed as having measles had visited locations in San Marcos and San Antone over the Valentine's Day weekend, February 14 to 16, while he or she was contagious. The patient was from Gaines County, but the exposure sites included 2 universities, Texas State University in San Marcos and University of Texas in San Antone. The patient visited tourist attractions near the Riverwalk area of San Antone, a local restaurant, and a large travel plaza in New Braunfels. The CDC said in a February 21 weekly update they had received reports of 93 cases so far this year from 8 jurisdictions, 23 patients hospitalized for isolation or management. The vast majority of these cases, 86, were from 3 outbreaks. All right, roughly half of the individuals are school-age children or teens. 28 of the cases are kids younger than 5 years old. All right, Captain Ron out of the mix. It's the Captain Ron impersonator. Good morning.
Happy Monday, the greatest day of the week. Yeah, somebody's got to fill in for him, I guess. Boy, that always leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but I know it's Tuesday for you and a lot of your listeners, but a lot of us out here, it is our Monday, because we run Tuesday through Friday night.
Yeah.
All the more reason you need a Friday night show. Come on now. There's people work Saturday night. I'm telling you, you need an info mark.
Hey, there's people that work 7 days a week. Horsefeather's been working 7 days a week as of late.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think he's stretching that a little bit. Going out and driving the truck around the block ain't exactly considered a work day, if you know what I mean. That's the rumor I get. So, hey, I'm gonna touch on a couple things. Me and Bronco Man was talking before the show. Well, we got a new nickname, new handle for Bronco Man. We call him Sport because he likes these little Bronco sports, by the way. So y'all talk to Bronco Man. Just call him Sport. It's Sport for short. we were discussing the actual discussions that started with NAFTA. I know it was implemented under Reagan. I thought Reagan initiated that, or was that Jimmy Carter that initiated that? I know you did a story on it the other night, but we couldn't remember for sure. Are you sure? You know?
I know. What were you referencing again? The NAFTA thing?
The NAFTA, where that actually originated, under what president?
It started. It was proposed under Reagan, but of course then Clinton won, and he went on. There were a lot of tweaks, changes to the original, and Clinton's the one that signed it into law. How much that administration, Clinton, changed it? Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but.
Okay. All right. He was saying that the original proposal was started under Carter, but it was under Reagan. Okay. I was thinking it was Reagan, but I wasn't sure. Well, the idea on its face is a good idea, but let's face it, we still have to protect ourselves. Because let's face it, the wages in Mexico is practically nil. You know, I've known people that lived in Mexico, and they're up here to make a better life. I understand that, but they got to come here legally. That's the key, and I think most of your listeners do agree with. As far as these park employees putting that American flag upside down on top of that peak, that is just a slap in the face of our country, and it just shows the entitlement mentality of a lot of government workers. It's like Blind Man has said so many times, you can't hardly get rid of anybody that once they get on a government job. You know, they think they're entitled to that job for the rest of their life. My daughter, of course, is a dispatcher for the West Virginia State Police. They've got a dispatcher there now that they're trying every way they can to get rid of, because basically she refuses to do her job, and she's asleep a lot of the time. You know, it's like, how do you sit there at your desk, asleep at the job, not answering the phones, not answering the calls,
and getting a paycheck, right? I'll hold the thought.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
You USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says tariffs against Mexico and Canada will move forward.
It comes as a month-long delay of their implementation will expire next week. Speaking with French President Macron at the White House, Trump said they are on time with the tariffs. The two countries could see 25% tariffs on all exports starting March 4th. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is praising the email sent by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency to federal workers, asking what they did last week. He said the email was genius and suggested the government may be paying people who don't exist.
We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Federal employees have until tonight to respond to that email, and no response will be taken as a resignation. Some agencies have directed their employees to ignore the email. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is temporarily blocked from accessing sensitive data from two government agencies.
A Maryland U.S. District Judge ruled today the Department of Education cannot disclose the information of 6 Americans and members of 5 union organizations who filed a lawsuit. The judge also barred the Office of Personnel Management from doing the same. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Fabric and craft store chain Joann is closing all locations. That announcement was made earlier today. A liquidator has agreed to buy all of Joann's assets, and going out of business sales will be held at stores. This comes after Joann had announced plans earlier this month to close around 500 stores. The store was founded in 1943 in Ohio. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.14. The highest prices in the country can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.52. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The former Secret Service agent who shielded First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy during the assassination of JFK in 1963 has died.
The Secret Service says Clint Hill died at home on Monday at the age of 93. Hill served 5 presidents, including Dwight Eisenhower and Gerald Ford, and was given the highest civilian honor for bravery awarded by the U.S. Treasury Department for his part in protecting the First Lady. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East believes the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will reach the planned second phase.
Steve Witkoff told CNN State of the Union an extension of phase 1 is needed, but he's confident the hostage deal can reach the next phase.
We have to get an extension of phase 1, and so I'll be going into the region this week, probably Wednesday, to negotiate that.
This comes after Israel refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners on Saturday in exchange for hostages already released by Hamas. Israeli officials said the prisoners wouldn't be released until Hamas guaranteed they would no longer stage disgraceful ceremonies dishonoring the hostages. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A Bucknell University student is $10,000 richer thanks to retired Major League Baseball star Alex Rodriguez.
Rodriguez was at the Bucknell basketball game against Army Sunday when he stepped up at halftime to take on a successful half-court shot. Rodriguez picked up the lucky recipient of the $10,000, Owen Garwood, and twirled him around the court in celebration. Garwood said he would use the money for tuition and help out his parents. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, there we go. Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start. More on the DOGE. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer said on this past day that the DOGE is only scratching the surface of government waste, fraud, and abuse. He said, I don't think we can even imagine how much more there is. Every government agency, every division, every branch of every cabinet in this government has been unaudited. There's been virtually no oversight. I think we've got a bureaucracy that under a weak president has run wild with our tax dollars. So I applaud Elon Musk and DOGE and what they've uncovered thus far. But again, they've just scratched the surface. Every agency needs a thorough auditing. So there's a lot more yet to come. And I mean, this is supposed to continue through 2025 and into 2026. Who knows? All right, we left on there with Gilligan talking about people getting paychecks for not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, my daughter, works for West Virginia State Police. They've had dispatchers in there just flat out refuse to do their job, and the others have got to pick up the slack. And I mean, that they actually, she's not a 911 operator, but they still get calls that should go to 911. A lot of it's complaints about things, different things, but and you can't hardly get rid of them. Just like Victor has described online on the air. Blind man has said that he worked for National Institute for the Blind. You can't hardly get rid of government workers.
Mm-hmm.
It's time we cut the fat out. It's the entitlement mentality of these workers out there at that park flying their flag upside down because their staff got cut. It's like, but there's more work. When there's not the work there, you need to cut back on the staff. That's what businesses do. And they say, well, they need their job. They need a job. We need to employ. Well, what about when you told people it was the private sector is losing their job? Well, you need to go find another job. Look at the pipeline workers when he got rid of the Keystone Pipeline. Was that 12,000 people unemployed with a stroke of the pen?
Mm-hmm.
He says they need to find jobs in other fields. Look at when they started closing down coal mines because coal is this filthy thing, and you look at the thousands and thousands in my home state of West Virginia. there's entire towns that have turned into ghost towns. I've been to them, because that coal mines have shut down. Well, I mean, it's a double standard. They don't care. I believe the Democrat Party no longer cares about the working class. Unless you're in a government job, they've expanded government. Look at the amount of government agencies out there that really do nothing. I mean, they have 2 or 3 or 4 agencies doing one job. I've heard people talk about you walking around D.C., and every time you turn around, you'll see a building that's marked Department of such and such, Department of such and such.
Mm-hmm.
Departments you've never even heard of, and there's this huge office building. Well, but I digress. That's about all I got for now, Steve, and I appreciate you taking my call. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Enjoy your greatest day of the week, because it is Monday, right? Hey, Senor Heatwave, what's going on?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, it's a short night for me. 2 things. One, Eagle, you are spreading disinformation. I heard on Fox News earlier this evening that the Eagles would be happy to go as long as there was an extension. So now, what the extension is, I don't know. Maybe the team that did win the Super Bowl back when Trump was still president, maybe they're wanting some of those players to come on. But, I mean, do some research, man. Don't just say, well, I heard, and not really give us the truth. If you wanted to investigate it more, you should have done it before you called. So anyways, I'm disappointed in Eagle, but what else is new? Anyways, when I was in the military, we had, I don't know if they still do it or not in some areas, but when I was in, we had to fill out timesheets to justify the amount of people that we had in our unit. I was a helicopter mechanic, and we had to justify our mechanics being there, and we had time cards to fill out. And when you do an inspection on an aircraft, just like you would here on the semi, if you do it by the book, it's going to take you a little bit more than 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just doing the inspections on the previous job I had with the radioactive waste moving around, going to the whip site, it should take more than just 15 minutes. Because you are absolutely going over everything. You are looking for everything. And there is a checklist. And that is exactly what you are doing when you do a pre-flight and a post-flight. And if the aircraft touches down during the mission, then you've got to do a through flight. Now, the through flight is done by the flight engineer, provided they're outside the base. But, I mean, we would put down, okay, it took 4 people to do an inspection on this aircraft. And there are checklist cards that say, okay, you need to check this box, you need to check these controls, you need to check this engine, you need to check this engine, you need to check the skin of the air. I mean, it's pretty damn thorough. So, to ask a government official, well, what did you do? A bureaucrat. Well, who cares whose feelings are hurt? They're only asking, maybe what 5 things did you accomplish this week? Let's justify your position. And if you don't answer, guess what? You don't have a job. And with them whining and crying, oh, well, that's rude and crude, and you're just bullying. Well, what the hell do you think the rest of us did out here when we were forced out of a job? I didn't hear them crying about the 30,000 employees at Yellow that got shafted, which I hope the management gets shafted here next month. Because, I mean, they've sold, I guess last week they sold more terminals, and I think you had reported on that. But, I mean, they've got money, and they still have terminals that Yellow had that they haven't sold yet. So, you can't say, well, we're only going to give the workers 10 cents on the dollar because that's all we got. Oh, hell no. You know what? You paid everybody else off. You pay us the warrant fine for not giving us enough time to look for another job. I don't hear them crying about Joanne as far as the people that work there. I don't hear them crying about anyone else that just lost their jobs out here. So they're, bureaucracy. I can live without it. And if it has to be there, well then let's minimize it. I don't want to be dealing with these people. So, with that being said,
who was it?
Oh,
I think
man.
it
What
was,
did I miss?
I think it was Dan last week that said that these bankruptcies. Which one was? I said, is it typical to be this, long drug out? It's been over a year now, and he cited the one. Was it overnight? Which one? There was a big trucking bankruptcy. He said it took like 5 years for them to get everything finalized, worked out in that bankruptcy. You may be another 2-3 years away from getting your paycheck, your Warren Act money there. All right, 16 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Back at it here. There's Brain Dead. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, just fixing to kick his store off. I'm backing into the dock right now. Fun and enjoy. But yeah, I heard old Heatwave over there, and he's 110% correct. But the company you're thinking of is Consolidated Freightways.
That was
my
it.
ex-father-in-law
That was
drove
it.
for them. Who?
Okay.
Yeah. He just passed away here like a few days ago, and I remember all the stories he was talking about CF and what he went through, and I stayed in somewhat contact, not in like beer drinking at the bar, eating chicken wings kind of close, but we stayed in contact. But yeah, talking about some NASCAR, not NASCAR, some NHRA notes, Steve. Let me get my notes out here. Let's see, I'm sorry, wrong one. F3 Energy is going to be sponsoring Ron Capps for hopefully Ron Capps' fourth championship this year in funny car. Anthony Troyer will be piloting the second Phillips Racing Top Fuel dragster with sponsorship from Fendt, Fendt. There's some sort of tractor company. Maybe Pups listen. He could probably pronounce it a lot better than I can. But the big one, Steve, though, Tony Stewart is going to be racing in the Wright Trailers Top Fuel All-Star Call-Out at the Gator Nationals. Now, Tony Schumacher was supposed to be in this, but he backed out. So Tony is actually joining some really good company. Steve Torrance, Doug Coletta, Sean Langdon, Justin Ashley, Antron Brown, Brittany Force, and Clay Milliken. So by the way, have you seen the videos of the pitchers getting hit with balls this year at spring training?
That is a negative. Have not. No, sir.
Yeah, there was a pitcher for the Cubs. Right at the beginning of opening day for spring training, got hit in the head with a 105-mile-an-hour fastball. And then, here over the weekend, a Padres pitcher got hit in the head with a fastball. And then also Pete Alonso got hit in batting practice with a fastball. So, I mean, what's next? We're going to put all these baseball players in bubble wrap and helmets and make them look like, right? You have to protect them even more, with all that high-paying salary. But no, Steve, that's all I got for tonight. We'll holler at you later.
Hey, one quick question. Is there any truth to some of these little postings I'm seeing in regards to Bubba Wallace? Did he actually say that if he's not competitive this year, that he might retire because he's not just going to drive for a paycheck? Do you know if he actually said that?
If it's not a legitimate source, so you have on Facebook, you have this like what is it, NASCAR World or whatever.
Yeah,
that's called clickbait, and I hate those. If it doesn't come from say like ESPN or NASCAR.com
or a sports site, okay,
there's something like that. I don't pay attention to it. I don't care because I know all they're trying to do is get you to read the article, and there's a whole bunch of ads that pop up. Because there was one today that I was looking at that said, what was it, Kelly Earnhardt and Dale Jr. were going to start a Cup team next year. And I'm like, oh, this sounds kind of interesting. And then you go through and look at it, and it's like, God bless. I can't even read the article because all these little windows pop up. Screw it, I'm done.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't. But yeah,
well, I was always told if you see it on the internet, it's got to be true. That's not the case. Say it isn't so. All right, let me have a quick moment there. Good morning to the lovely Dingbat. Taco Tuesday. Here we go. Some interesting facts. Today's her Friday Eve. And it looks like great weather for a change. All right, with that said, Mr. Peabody's warming up the Wayback Machine. Today's notable birthdays. In 1814, Pierre Renoir was born. And yes, it is the painter Renoir. 1927, the bluegrass musician Ralph Stanley, born on this date. Finally, 1935, Sally Jesse Raphael was born on this day. Today is National Chocolate-Covered Nut Day. It is National Clam Chowder Day. Yum, yum. It is National Let's All Eat Right Day. And finally, it's National Spay Your Pet Day. But we can also include weird relatives in that category. Okay. What do we got? So make sure your tray tables are in the upright locked position. Now, 1570. Well, we're going way back in time. Pope Pius the Fifth excommunicates Queen Elizabeth the First for heresy and persecution of English Catholics. 1836 on this date, Samuel Colt patents the first multi-shot revolving cylinder pistol. 1837, the first U.S. electric printing press was patented by Thomas Davenport. 1862, the first Legal Tender Act was passed by Congress, authorizing the greenback, the only legal tender in America. All right, 1902 on this date, U.S. Steel Corporation was organized under J.P. Morgan as it combined Carnegie Steel, Federal Steel, and National Steel. It was 1908, the first tunnel under the Hudson River opened on this date. 1964, that's the year I was born, but I wasn't born yet. Muhammad Ali beats Sonny Liston in 7 rounds for the first heavyweight championship. In 1995, the chairman of the board, Frank Sinatra, held his last performance. That's it for today. Safe travels to all, and God bless. All right, thank you very much there, Dingbat. As we roll toward news break here, coming up bottom of the hour. This whole thing, Elon Musk kind of doubling down. He sends out another email this past day, kind of reaffirming that if you fail to respond to that email detailing your weekly accomplishments, you could face termination. But there's conflicting guidance. Yeah, not only did Kash Patel, the FBI director just sworn in, instruct his staff to pause any responses, the Office of Personnel Management did pretty much the same. The mandate issued Saturday had a deadline of like midnight Monday night here. A few hours ago, the Office of Personnel Management, though, pushing back against the directive, notifying agency leaders Monday afternoon that employee participation was not mandatory. The Office of Personnel Management also clarified that a non-response to the email does not equate to a resignation. According to the agency email obtained by The Hill, now the directive reportedly sent at Musk's behest, igniting a dispute between agency leaders and the billionaire, as federal departments were scrambling to address confusion. They said several agencies, including the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, actually advised their employees not to respond to the email. As we cited earlier, when it comes to the likes of FBI, you're working in a field office, you're working on investigations. I mean, are you supposed to put this in an email, something that could potentially be hacked, detailing what may be investigation into drug cartels or gangs, and send that to Elon Musk? I can see where this whole confusion factor comes in. Meanwhile, Trump defended the directive, telling reporters this past day there was a lot of genius in sending that email. We're trying to find out if people are actually working, and so we're sending that letter to people. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says it is vital to put an end to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Speaking at a joint news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron, Trump said Europe must take a major role to ensure a stop to the fighting.
The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle a really horrible one, a war.
The president said there's been progress made related to an economic deal with Ukraine. I'm Brian Shook.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired the head of the U.S. Navy, Admiral Lisa Franchetti.
Hegseth said he fired her along with General James Slife, the Air Force's Vice Chief of Staff, and the top lawyers for the Navy, Air Force, and Army. The announcement came shortly after President Trump said he was sacking General Charles Brown Jr., the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, and get right back to the phones here. See, Carl got you coming up. Hang in there. Pappy on board here on a Tuesday. What do you say, Pap?
What's happening, Steve? Man, well, when did it come about where people think they don't have to justify what they do at work? You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lady that came out and made a post about this Elon Musk email. And she was whining and crying about maybe getting fired, and it was her dream, lifelong dream, to work for the federal government. And I guess she was able to get a job with the government in her early 20s, you know. And when you're listening to it, you're kind of like, oh, maybe I feel a little sorry for this lady. I don't know anybody losing their job, right? Well, guess what? Somebody went up and got into her social media accounts, and lo and behold, Steve, they found several posts where, like a month before, she's one of these work-from-home employees, where she was like, well, we didn't have any meetings today. I've been in my pajamas all day. Was able to get some other stuff done at home. She's running around at home, cleaning her house in her pajamas, getting paid for it. It just boggles my mind, man. Steve, I'll tell you what's hard about when you get unions are the problems about hiring and firing people. Once you're in a union, it's hard to fire somebody. It's just that simple. Steve, every day, I don't have to do it now as a supervisor, but Steve, for over 20 years, every day I came into work, we have what we call a detail card. Okay? Everything I done that day needs to go on that detail card. And they get handed in at the end of the shift. If I made a traffic stop, what time that traffic stop was committed, the tag on the vehicle that was stopped, the location of the stop, if a citation was issued, the citation number, and what time I cleared that traffic stop. I got dispatched to a theft report, right? What time I got dispatched, what time I got there, and what time I went to 6, what time I cleared that stop and went available for another run. And to think these people just think that they don't have to be accountable for anything, and I'm a little slow at work, so be it, you know. If you work for a construction company and it takes an average of, let's say, 2 weeks, if you're a framer, right, you frame houses. And depending on the size of the house, but say it takes an average of 1.5 to 2 weeks to frame a 3,000 square foot house. And that company budgets their money if they're paying their employees by the hour and not subcontracting it out. That it should take about 2 weeks, let's say, to build this house. And you hire a crew, and they take 4 weeks, or maybe 5 weeks. They're a little slower. Is that not a problem, Steve?
Right.
I don't know. It just boggles my mind how I guess they think they don't have to answer to their employers. Well, it's a simple email. Hey, man, what'd you do last week? I ain't answering that. And the main thing is how many of these are real people and what they were talking about, right? Are they even real people? I mean, is there more fraud going on here where there's an email account and, this email account's getting a paycheck? See, if a boss came up to me and asked me what I did last week, I think I would be like, hey, man, I've done this, and I deserve a raise as much. But no, these idiots, I ain't answering that. Jeez. Man, Steve, a lot of fraud. I mean, a lot of fraud. I've over the years, Steve, when you have contact with people, and for whatever reason, you got to ask them where they work at. Where you work at, man? On my SF. In other words, they're on disability, Social Security disability.
Mm-hmm.
Here you got some 24-year-old dude out committing crimes that just ran from you and chased him down. He ran pretty good too, Steve. And he's unable to work. So he draws a Social Security check, disability check. Man, this might, I don't want people to take this the wrong way. Trust me, man. You, Steve, you know me, man. I love our military. So I don't want nobody to take this the wrong way. However, there are a lot of veterans that are getting disability checks because they suffered some hearing damage. I had an uncle in World War II that was totally deaf in one ear and couldn't hardly hear out of the other ear. So there's a lot of military members coming back with some hearing damages. And Steve, I know of several that are getting like $1,000 a month because they receive some hearing damage. And you're like, well, okay, these guys are vets, that they suffered some damage in combat, or even if they weren't in combat, just in training, whatever, they should be maybe compensated for it. Steve, it's my thought that if this disability, if this damage you receive prevents you from working, you should be compensated for that. There was one fellow used to work for us, left and went to another agency, and this agency was a very, very wealthy part of the community, let's say. So these police officers that work for this agency are making well over $100,000 a year, Steve. And he's drawn another $1,000 a month because of some hearing. And it's Steve, if you can be a cop, your hearing damage is not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? I mean, listen, I'm just saying there's so much fraud, so much of this kind of stuff going on where people are claiming that they can't work because they got some sort of disability, and you're totally capable of coming out here and working, man. What else been happening, man? Oh, Bongino. Let's talk about Bongino again. Listen, he had a show today. I don't know how many more he's going to have.
Mm-hmm.
He got a little emotional. He said, yeah, man, I'm giving up a lot here. But he made it clear that his number one priority is to keep this country safe. And obviously the FBI, that has not been their focus for many years. Going after the mothers in the school board hearings, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that they should be talking about looking at terrorism. major criminal acts committed against the American people, fraud cases too, So, I mean, but his main thing was, listen, the FBI here is to keep the citizens safe, keep this country safe, and they have lost their way. And he's a straight shooter, man. I'm not going to talk about him no more. I mean, they already discussed him. He's a straight shooter and will do the right thing. He's not going to go after some political opponent because based on their political. He just wouldn't do it. And that's the problem with the FBI is they started going after people based on their political views and parties and whatnot. Just absolutely crazy. I mean, hey, Steve, we're going to find out who this pipe bomber was. I don't know if I tell you, I think it's a female. I hope they find out here in a couple of weeks, Steve. I'm telling you, I think this pipe bomber is a female.
And do you think it's
probably going to get the cocaine gate too in the White House?
Is it going to be someone who was, maybe part of the, part of the system?
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. When they get to the bottom of this, it is going to come out that the FBI was involved with this whole January 6th.
In setting things up that day.
With helping setting things up. It's a known fact. It's been proven, Steve, that there was FBI agents at the Capitol. There were 2 or 4 agents inside the Capitol. If they weren't agents, they were informants for the FBI. Paid informants. There's video out there of the Capitol Police, opening doors and letting people just walk on in. The video of the Capitol Police escorting that dude around with the head thing on.
Correct.
What did they call him?
Yep.
I mean, all that stuff the January 6th committee didn't want us to see, and Tucker Carlson got his hands on all that video and started releasing it all. That's why they whitewashed all in their investigative notes, everything they've done. They just deleted everything. Because it was a fraud. They knew it. Because they're the ones that set it up, man. You're going to find out, I'm telling you, man. Steve, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was a legit FBI agent, man, that planted that daggone pipe bomb. If it wasn't, she's an informant with the FBI. We're going to find out. This cocaine gate at the White House. Whose cocaine that? They're going to get to the bottom of that too, Steve. It's going to come out. They ain't playing around. They've been trying to cover this up. And now we got people in there that aren't going to cover it up. And they're going to get to the bottom of it. And they're going to let us know. So, yeah, that's really about all I got, brother. But yeah, man, I mean, you got to answer to your bosses, man. Simple, man. You can't justify what you're doing, I don't know what the issue is. Somebody, hey, what did you do last week, man?
Well, they're saying
hey, none of your business.
Well, Elon Musk, he ain't my boss. Who's he to be asking me what I'm doing? I answer to my boss. All right, about 12 before the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Back at it here, see what Carl has on his mind this Tuesday. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yep, Pappy hit really good on a lot of things there. And what I want to get into here is Elon Musk about what he's doing here. And I don't understand why Kash Patel has sent out his word to his employees about just hold on this, filling out the 5 reasons, 5 things that you've done this week and all that. But maybe he wants to do his own vetting. Maybe he wants to do his own vetting at the FBI, and he's going to do his own vetting, so he's got his own system that he wants to do here with that. But Elon Musk is not a dummy, okay? As a matter of fact, he's a over $400 billion billionaire, okay? And he didn't do that because he's stupid. Okay, the man has a resume. He's done things all his life. He's began with, I think, the PayPal thing. He was in that for many years, and then he went on to space exploration and all of that, and then he got into the Tesla car and all of the vehicles that he makes and all that. But he's qualified to do what he's doing. He's auditing. And he's done this because Donald Trump has directed him to do this. And it's not an elected position, and the Democrats are just screaming bloody murder on it, and they don't want to be caught. That's the thing right there. And I've got a question for you, Steve. I just got one question here. I'm going to ask you, what was the big feather in Joe Biden's cap once every month that it seemed like that he wanted to play that card once every month to the American public? Okay, what was it that he said was his big accomplishment?
The jobs numbers. People are working.
Exactly, 100%. And I believe Elon Musk has found that there's thousands of people that, Joe Biden said that there's world record jobs every month. Okay, he said, I've created so many thousands of jobs here once every month. And what he's done here is he has created jobs that are fake, Steve. They're fake jobs. Okay, and he's created fake jobs, and people are on payrolls in the government. Okay, and Elon has has went through this, and he's found some people, thousands of people are on these payrolls, and they're not doing anything. And he's found it. It's obvious, okay? And he's found them, and they're not working, okay? Or either if they're working, they're not doing a whole lot, okay? And they're not earning their $106,000 a year, of salary that they're making, and staying at home and this, that, and the other. And it's incredible. I mean, they're stealing our tax dollars, okay, these people. And it's not really their fault, okay? Whose fault it is, it's Joe Biden's fault, okay? And that's where the fault lies, right there, with him and his administration. And they have done so much fraud and waste and abuse, and they're using people to hire, okay, on these jobs. They're fake jobs. They're not doing anything for the money. They're not doing a work. They're not doing nothing that is productive, okay, on their job. And it's just incredible. Really, what they've done here is waste, okay? It's waste, and they're wasting our tax dollars, and they're just doing this on a daily basis, and it needs to stop. It needs to end. And then on top of that, okay, getting into the Philadelphia Eagles thing, I don't care about whether or not they go to see Donald Trump at the White House. That's none of my business, but Donald Trump is a fan. He's a fan of sports. He's always been a fan of sports. As a matter of fact, he was the man who signed Herschel Walker to his first pro football contract at the New Jersey Generals with the USFL, okay? And he gave Herschel Walker the red carpet treatment into the USFL there. He gave him just the best. It was the best contract that you could ever see at that time. And that was a new league that was forming, and Donald Trump was the owner of the New Jersey Generals, okay? And he gave Herschel Walker that contract right there. And I think about the way that Donald Trump has been treated, and I always think about that contract that he gave Herschel Walker right at the very beginning of Herschel Walker's career.
And of course,
that launched him into the NFL.
He was actually at the Super Bowl, first setting president, to be there. He was there for the big game. That'd be interesting to see how it all unfolds. But all right, news break just ahead. Final hour coming up here. Eggs in the news day after day. America's egg shortage has led U.S. businesses to turn to turkey. No, not the bird, but the country. The country of Turkey. Now, Turkey, they say, plans to export some 420 million eggs to the United States this year. The most ever, according to the Egg Producers Central Union, there in the country of Turkey. More on eggs in our final hour, so stick around for that and so much more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by as science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration may eliminate U.S. Africa Command and move to a sub-command position under European Command as part of the plan to downsize the Pentagon. Defense officials who are pushing for the change said it would help eliminate bureaucracy and make it easier to withdraw U.S. troops from Africa. President Trump says he's thinking about merging the U.S. Postal Service into the Commerce Department.
We're losing so much money with the Postal Service, and we don't want to lose that kind of money.
He made the remarks Friday during a swearing-in ceremony for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Trump said the independent agency would remain the Postal Service, but he believes it would operate better as part of the Commerce Department. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Photos of an American flag hung upside down from a peak in Yosemite National Park have gone viral on social media.
Photographer Brittany Colt captured the moment. The group unveiled it over El Capitan.
It took me a few seconds to process that it was upside down because they were still hanging it.
A group of Yosemite National Park staffers have claimed responsibility for the stunt. They said in a statement that it was to protest what they called an attack on public lands and mass layoffs. Nearly 12 of the park's full-time staff members were fired as part of a nationwide cost-cutting effort by the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Davenport, Florida Police Chief Steve Parker says the parents of a 4-year-old boy who fatally shot himself are not expected to face charges. Chosen Morris had gone out to his parents' car and found the .40 caliber handgun. Parker says the boy's mother heard a popping sound and then noticed the toddler was missing.
Saw the interior door leading into the garage was open, went out into the garage, and ultimately found Chosen in the front seat of the car with a gunshot wound to the head.
Chosen's father said he forgot to take the gun out of the car and secure it in the bedroom, and this underscores the importance of parents practicing and teaching gun safety. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Delta Airlines says a flight from Atlanta to South Carolina was forced to turn around this morning due to a haze.
Video on social media shows the haze filling the plane's cabin. Delta says the flight crew followed procedure and declared an emergency. The aircraft was carrying 94 passengers. According to reports, the FAA is investigating. I'm Liz Kennedy.
CAL FIRE is doing a controlled burn on tribal lands in San Diego County.
In an effort to prevent large-scale fires in the future, the state
state and county agency is partnering with groups like the Barona Reservation to do controlled burns. The Union Tribune says a 160-acre burn helped clear brush back in December, and another one's being proposed for 300 acres of Viejas land near Alpine. California has a goal of burning 400,000 acres of land this year, with CAL FIRE doing 1,500 acres of controlled burns in San Diego County last year. I'm Jack Cronin.
Vivek Ramaswamy has officially launched his campaign for Ohio governor.
I am honored to announce my candidacy to serve as the next governor of the state of Ohio.
At a launch event this evening in Cincinnati, Ramaswamy said he will lead Ohio to be the top state in the country where patriots across America actually flock to instead of Florida and Texas.
I will lead Ohio to be the state of excellence in America.
The entrepreneur joins Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost in the Republican primary race to succeed term-limited Governor Mike DeWine. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Kick off that final hour. Here on a Tuesday, trust your week's off to a good start. Yeah, Roy, you're correct. If it's on Facebook, it has to be true, right? Ha! Yep. Not necessarily so. All right, got the 2-time world champion bull hauler. All right. Hello, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How you getting along?
Week's off to a good start.
Yes, sir. Well, they say greatest day of the week or something, huh?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Hey, was that Pappy that was on right before the end of the last hour there? Was talking about guys that are getting disability and getting paid good money and stuff too. And I just wanted to come on, and I don't know if he's ever been in the military or been in combat or anything, but I got a son that's I call him a former Marine. They'll never tell you they're former Marines, but he was shot out of the sky in Afghanistan with 17 other Marines in a helicopter, and he's one of only 2 that lived. He lost his right leg, he lost 3 fingers on his right hand and part of his right face, and he lost his hearing out of the deal. And it was about a 2.5-year ordeal after all that happened that he went through, that he really didn't work, and they gave him some subsistence disability pay, and they've taken care of him, and he's got a replacement leg now, and he's got a prosthetic hand he can wear if he needs to, and that, and they've gotten hearing aids that they've got adjusted to where he can hear pretty good now, and and he's got a full-time job working at the cheese factory there in Carthage, where we're from, and he makes really good money, but and he gets $1,500 a month in disability from the military because of all of this, Steve, and he's in constant pain all the time. He's got constant headaches, and we've got to watch that he doesn't get kind of halfway crazy and suicidal, because there's times when he just doesn't think he wants to keep on living and stuff,
Wow.
and so
Yeah.
I think we got to be kind of be careful when we start wondering why these guys shouldn't be getting this money just because they can work or something, and I'm just saying this respectfully on this, because when we don't know what anybody's going through, I try not to get on there and dictate a narrative of what's going on there.
Sure.
But I just wanted to let him know that there's some of them guys out there that, even though they look like they've been fixed and that, they still have these long-term ramifications forever and ever and ever that they gotta struggle with.
So he's one of the lucky
That's
ones.
about it for tonight.
In other words, he said he's one of only two that survived. Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, and that's why they have like the Tunnels to Towers Foundation and the Wounded Warriors thing, because when they get out, they don't get these huge settlements from the military. Sometimes we're dealing with the government here too, and sometimes that stuff don't even come in. I mean, he went 2.5 years on just barely any subsistence, and he's married and has 3 kids, and his wife did a lot of working during that time, and like I said, they paid for all of his surgeries and all that, but anything else outside of that, it's like, good luck on it. And so it's good that we've got these outside foundations, and that's why there's a lot of these homes that are being built for people that guys like him that need to have certain technologies in these houses and stuff,
Absolutely, yeah.
And so there's some pretty incredible programs out there, thankfully, and the irony of it is the ones that work the best sure aren't government run, I can tell you that. But anyway, I'll get off here, Steve. I'm headed up north to Iowa, and it's 42 degrees, and I've been driving around in my flip-flops and my beach towel as warm as it's been.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. I do see Pappy sent me a message, and he said, that don't misunderstand. You were misunderstanding what he was saying. He said, your son should get disability for life. End of story. We should take care of an individual like that, your son. Let's see. Only 2 people got elected in November. Trump, Vance, everyone in Trump's administration were placed in their position to carry out Trump's agenda. None of these people were elected. Same in Biden's, same in Obama's, same in Bush's, and every president in the past. None of the people in their administration were elected. So this whole talking point by the left that Musk was not elected, nothing more than a BS talking point, trying to convince the uneducated people that Musk has no authority to conduct audits. Yes, sir. That is true. I mean, although many of those appointed had to go through the confirmation hearings, but they were not elected. That is correct. So I mentioned we're turning to Turkey. Not the bird, but the country. 420 million eggs coming to the U.S. from Turkey. The ramped up exports as the avian flu has killed more than 140 million egg-laying birds in the U.S. since 2022. 17 million alone in November and December. Fewer birds, as we know, means fewer eggs, which means higher prices. Bird flu, the main reason of increasing export capacity, according to the chairman of Egg Producers Central Union in Turkey. Carton of a dozen large grade A eggs hit an average $4.95 last month. Yeah, we have Costco, Trader Joe's limiting egg purchases per customer. Waffle House charging that 50-cent surcharge per egg. It will take months to replace the lost flocks. According to the Department of Agriculture, they're also forecasting an additional 20% increase in egg prices this year. The price of eggs up 15.2% in January. They are up 53% year over year. U.S. businesses have taken it upon themselves to look for supply beyond our borders, and Turkey is the only country the United States imports eggs from, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation, which is very interesting. Turkey, we import from Turkey. But those people trying to smuggle eggs in from Mexico, big-time fines. You're not allowed to bring them in. Exports warn the increased imports won't make much of a dent in our egg shortage. While 420 million eggs sounds like a lot, it's enough to offset some production losses. It's not going to provide much support, especially if the bird flu continues at its current pace. Here, the United States produces more than 7.5 billion eggs per year on average, according to the American Egg Board. And that number will fall this year as the avian flu continues to claim the lives of more birds. So 420 million, less than $500 million, when we produce 7.5 billion per year. And following up on that, they're saying that bakeries, they're getting hammered by this fluctuating egg prices. Nothing new for the general manager of Bread First, a bakery in Washington, D.C., but he said, this time it's different. Our suppliers are telling us they don't know when egg prices are going to come down or if they're ever going to come down. Eggs are outrageous. Now, Bread First uses about 150 eggs a day. They're now paying more than double what the bakery did, say, just a year ago. He said last week the bakery raised prices for all their egg-heavy pastries and dishes, which is about a third of what's on their menu. This includes the signature messy egg sandwich, which cost $1 more now. With the egg prices surging nationwide due to the bird flu, forcing many of America's bakeries to consider raising prices if they haven't already done so, while they try to figure out how to manage the egg crisis. Auslander said, we've really never had to think about the cost of eggs until now. Wholesale fresh egg prices were 186% higher in January compared to the same month a year ago, according to the government data. That was the fourth largest annual increase on records going back to 1992. Prices for bakery products have not risen meaningfully yet, according to the Consumer Price Index. That could change if bakeries don't get a break from the surging egg prices soon. Aside from raising prices, bakeries are trying to figure out other ways to survive. Are there alternatives? There's a company called Eat Just Incorporated. They make several plant-based egg products designed to mimic chicken eggs. They said their demand for their products is soaring. Sales to retailers like Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, 5 times higher over the past month compared to the same period last year. Egg alternatives, but that's the vegan stuff, I guess. Plant-based egg products. I'll pass. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it here. Blind Man on board this Tuesday morning. Morning, Blind Man.
Morning, Steve. Very quickly, if you move to the D.C. area, you get a COLA, cost of living allowance, because it's so expensive here. I was going through my paperwork and found my divorce decree, and it said that my ex does get part of my retirement, but she does not get a COLA, cost of living allowance. Now, I want to talk about work. When I was working, I was the guy that checked the tapes to make sure that they were duplicated properly. So this is 1982. My supervisor calls me into the office. He says, I want you to talk to Copperman, Al. So I said, hi, Al. And he says, how are your ears? I said, they heard something they shouldn't have. I told him there was static on a couple of tapes from 2 books. And he says, no. It's on the master. I said, all right, who you want to argue with first, Don or Tom, who checked for narration? And they would pick up stuff like this. So I said, all right, I'll send you a replacement. So about 2 or 3 weeks later, the director calls me into the office, and he says, Victor, when the producers start complaining about you, and he read me the letter, saying that he was going to recall 6 more books because I would reject them for one reason or another. He says, Victor, when you get the producers complaining about you, I know you're doing your job. And I said, sir, I have lots of blind friends who read the talking books that are produced. If I screw up, I'm going to get holy hell from a lot of my friends. You let that book go through, how dare you, that type of thing. And I had to make sure when I got a book, I would have to put on my sheet what slave numbers they were using, to make sure that they were using all their duplicators. And also, it gave us a handle, so if there was a problem with one of the slaves, we just say, shut down slaves 15 through 20 until you can get them recertified by us. And I also took care of the bid samples, determining which new producer might get a contract. So I did a very, very important job. Even though I wanted to be a disc jockey, my mother would say, well, you're still entertaining people with the books they read. So that's a little bit of what I did during my career.
Very interesting, Blind Man. And I talked to Horse Feathers after the show yesterday, and he was telling me what you, because when I mentioned the cost of your commode replacement, and he said, everything that you have to do there inside the Beltway, you're paying about double what you would pay elsewhere.
Exactly. That's what I tell people. Because my roof, I had to get that replaced. I think that ran me about $20,000.
Wow.
Just because I live inside the Beltway.
That's incredible. Well, Blind Man, good luck to you. Thanks for chiming in this morning. And I had no idea living in the Beltway. You said something about if I could pick my house up where I live outside the secret bunker, and I could take it into the Beltway, it'd be worth $1 million. How do I get my house there? Got to be kidding me. All right, with a new leader in the U.S. Department of Commerce in place, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is hopeful steps will be taken to address national security concerns involving heavy-duty trucks. Last Tuesday, the Senate voted to confirm Howard Lutnick as the Commerce Secretary. OOIDA quickly congratulated Lutnick on his confirmation and offered to help the Department of Commerce as they move toward a final rule involving what they call connected vehicle components on commercial vehicles. OOIDA and their 150,000 small business truckers congratulates Howard Lutnick on his confirmation. We look forward to continued engaging with his department as it moves forward with the rule to address the grave national security concerns posed by connected commercial vehicles with components originating in China and Russia. We anticipate a productive dialogue with the Bureau of Industry and Security to ensure that the future rule thoroughly responds to the public safety concerns of driverless 80,000-pound trucks. It was last year the Department of Commerce Bureau of Industry started a rulemaking to address security risks when it comes to the import of connected vehicles or components from China and Russia. They said certain technologies originating from those countries present an undue or unacceptable risk to national security. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to think of how foreign governments with access to connected vehicles could pose a serious risk to both our national security and the personal privacy of U.S. citizens. Now, considering the potential threats involving cars and commercial vehicles, the rulemaking was fast-tracked. A final rule was submitted on January 16. However, the final rule no longer included heavy vehicles. Instead, it applied only to vehicles weighing 10,000 pounds or less. Alarmingly, heavy vehicles were excluded due to a lack of cybersecurity threat. On the contrary, the agency described the threat to commercial vehicles as grave, they say. The national security risk associated with connected vehicles from China or Russia are grave. The decision to exclude commercial vehicles from this rulemaking in no way implies that these risks are lesser than it is in passenger vehicles. That, according to the Bureau of Industry and Security on January 16th, rather, we intend to propose a separate regulation tailored specifically to the commercial sector in the coming months, they said. It's worth noting that the final rule was actually issued in the final days of the Biden administration. It is not clear how the Trump administration plans to address concerns when it comes to heavy-duty connected vehicles. But I think, like many other things, they're going to be on the ball in that particular category. New York City, word comes down that the mayor announcing this past day the notorious Roosevelt Hotel, notorious for being turned into the shelter for illegals, is going to be shut down over the next few months. And a statement today marks another milestone in demonstrating the immense progress we've achieved in turning the corner on an unprecedented international humanitarian effort. Thanks to the sound policy decisions, we're able to announce the closure of this site and help even more asylum seekers take the next step in their journeys as they envision an even brighter future.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration may eliminate U.S. Africa Command and move to a sub-command position under European Command as part of the plan to downsize the Pentagon. Defense officials who are pushing for the change said it would help eliminate bureaucracy and make it easier to withdraw U.S. troops from Africa. Photos of an American flag hung upside down from a peak in Yosemite National Park have gone viral on social media.
Photographer Brittany Colt captured the moment. The group unveiled it over El Capitan.
It took me a few seconds to process that it was upside down because they were still hanging it.
A group of Yosemite National Park staffers have claimed responsibility for the stunt. They said in a statement that it was to protest what they called an attack on public lands and mass layoffs. Nearly 12 of the park's full-time staff members were fired as part of a nationwide cost-cutting effort by the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Out of here. Good morning to the CNI dog. Hey there.
Good morning. So you were talking about turkey. You got turkey tenderloin, you got ground turkey, turkey bacon, and turkey pepperoni. Now you got turkey eggs. Sounds tasty.
Right, turkey eggs.
I don't know. Have you ever eaten an egg from a turkey? I don't know. Okay, did you get that email I sent you? You might have read it yesterday. I'm not too sure. About NASCAR?
I don't know. What was it in reference to?
Saya having a NASCAR for 7 Cup race.
Yes. Yeah, I did see that. Yes. Yes, Saya, the trucking company.
Yep, 7 Cup races. Ty Gibbs, part of Joe Gibbs Racing.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're kind of a fan of NASCAR. You might find that interesting, being truck related.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I wrote you something in the email there, but yeah. And if Steve Florida, if you're still out there, give me a call sometime. I'm gonna let you go because you're low on time, and just in case anybody else wants to talk to you.
Well, all right. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, there's several trucking related sponsors there in NASCAR, and yet Love's they're still sponsoring, right? I do believe. And Saya, so 7 races in the Cup Series. Saya Trucking. Welcome back, Eagle, here on that final hour. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a couple questions, Steve, about the measles outbreak. Maybe you can check on it and see how long does it take to cure the measles? How long does it last? And how is it spread? How do kids catch it? Is it due to coughing or touching, or how does this thing spread? And if you said that if you get, they say that I don't know if it's 100% or not, but I think you said if you get immunized that you cannot get it. I don't know if it's probably 100% guaranteed.
Said it's 90.
I wanted to check.
97% effective. It comes in like you get a shot, and then I guess it's maybe 2 weeks later you get the second shot. 97% if you get the 2 shots. Some people just get the first and never go back, and it's supposedly like 93% effective for just the 1 shot.
Yeah. I was wondering, like I said, because they said, some of the young kids that catch it when they, go to school or whatever.
Yep.
And I was wondering how long does it take to cure it, and what was the other question I wanted? And where does it mainly start at on your body? Or could it start anywhere on your arms or your legs, or how does it spread? So yeah, I want to check my kids, make sure everything's okay when I get home. But yeah, I wanted you to answer it. Maybe you could check on those questions. The main thing I'm worried about is how is it spread, or how can you how does it the virus get into kids? And yeah, let me know that after I hang up with you. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, it's listed as a highly contagious disease. It's just being in the same room with someone. Well, to answer your question, I can do that with a quick search, right? Measles is spread through the air when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or just talks. Yeah, the virus can also spread through contact with contaminated surfaces or objects. So, doorknobs, kids sharing toys. An infected person releases the virus into the air. It can remain in the air for up to 2 hours. Uninfected people who breathe in the contaminated air or touch their eyes, nose, or mouth after touching a contaminated surface can become infected. There is highly contagious. Measles is one of the most contagious infectious diseases. Up to 90% of uninfected people who are exposed to someone with measles will become infected, they say. Wow. Now, people who are at increased risk include, obviously, unvaccinated individuals, people with weakened immune systems, young children under 5 years old, and anyone who travels to areas where the measles is common. The best way to prevent is through the vaccine. 2 doses of what they call the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, rubella, is over 97% effective at preventing measles. It is important to note that infants under 6 months of age are too young to receive the vaccine. What are the symptoms, he was asking? All right, the 5 most common symptoms. Number 1, a fever, a high fever that may exceed 104, a cough that may persist, a runny nose that may persist, red, watery eyes that may persist. All those things kind of sound like you might just have the cold or the flu, right? Yeah, the rash, that's the red, blotchy rash that usually, they say, starts at the hairline and spreads down the body. Other symptoms can include a sore throat, tiny white spots inside the mouth on the inner lining of the cheeks, muscle pain, and sensitivity to light. All right, how long does it take to develop symptoms? Symptoms usually begin somewhere between 10 and 14 days after exposure to the virus. The early symptoms usually last 4 to 7 days. There is no treatment to get rid of an established measles infection, but over-the-counter fever reducers or vitamin A may help with infections. The best way to prevent is get the vaccine with the MMR or the MMRV vaccine. The MMR get 97% effective. Seek medical care if you or your child have measles and also experience shortness of breath, coughing up blood, drowsiness, confusion, and I guess it can even cause convulsions. Wow. So there you go. Very, very contagious. It is 844-844-3388. And I guess for those like myself who, I'm older now. Those vaccines I got when I was a kid. Now, do you need to get a measles booster? According to this, if you know you only received 1 dose, the CDC recommends listening to your local public health department. They may recommend a 2nd dose for adults. Bottom line is, if you don't know and you live in areas where the measles is spreading, you could consider getting vaccinated. I know I had all my shots as a kid. 844-844-3388. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm over here in Slidell, Louisiana, looking for Brother Rambler. I don't think I'm going to run into him tonight because I'm going to get on pitch a 9 and he head north up there. But the best thing to do is wash your hands frequently and don't touch your face, too. That's another good one. That'll keep you from getting all that stuff. You reckon we need to wear one of them NBC gas masks, too?
Yeah, let's see. Do you need an N95 mask? It says for the N95 or better can prevent airborne transmission of measles. So it says,
Well, I was talking about one of them NBC nuclear, biological, and whatever it was. There's a C word.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big old gas mask. I got one of them painting gas masks when they get COVID in the office going on down there. I always wear that thing in there so they can't contaminate me, right? Well, I read on the drive there, Mazda settled a lawsuit, and it was a rather small case with just 4 plaintiffs whose infotainment system would lag, reboot, and then completely shut down. Well, now they finally settled with them, Steve. How much do you think the 4 plaintiffs got?
I bet you know the answer.
Yes, $11,500. You know how much them high-dollar lawyers got out of it? $1.9 million.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Yeah, you know them lawyers are going to make money there. You ever seen that commercial with the woman laying in the tub there and soaking and drinking a glass of wine and got a couple of slices of cucumbers on her eyes?
I believe I've seen that. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just curious, where's the rest of that cucumber at, Steve? Don't answer
Hey,
that.
wait a minute now. Hey, hold on. Knucklebuster, you're 8 up.
I'm what?
You're 8 up.
Oh, I broke up?
No, you're 8 up. You're nuts.
Oh, okay. Well, enough of all that. I'll keep us out of trouble anyway there. I got some ideas where that cucumber might be, but it's on the salad. That's where it's at. Well, anyway, simplified shout out Truck and Field. Y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Because Steve needs to go buy him a salad with some cucumbers on it there. And that's all my bull on it for today, Steve. Been a great show. I've been just sitting back listening in to the...
Yeah, some things are, best left to the imagination, maybe. Well, he mentioned Truck and Fill. There he is. He did chime in here a few moments ago. Happy Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. And the great Knucklebuster, 37 today. Well, we're starting out there. We're warming up to a whopping 54 today at Fort Wayne. Get her done, says Truck and Fill. Semper Fi. So, yeah, 54. That does seem like a bit of a springtime teaser, does it not? All right, the President Trump Friday, kind of alluding to what the next target for government downsizing might be. Looks like it may be the U.S. Postal Service, which, of course, we rely on for delivery of everything from online purchases, prescription drugs, to checks and election ballots. Speaking to reporters during an event at the White House, the president acknowledged he is considering big changes for the financially strapped Postal Service, including possibly giving the Secretary of Commerce authority over the agency, which it is an independent agency. We want to have a post office that works well, that doesn't lose massive amounts of money. We're thinking about doing that. It'll be kind of like a merger. The Washington Post reported that the White House is getting ready to fire the Postal Board of Governors and put the Department of Commerce in charge of the quasi-governmental agency. The union representing postal workers slammed the potential move. Some analysts, without endorsing a White House takeover, said the Postal Service is ripe for reform. They've been losing billions for years and years and years. The White House has already moved to make several independent agencies answer to it as Trump tries to increase executive branch control of the federal government. The Postmaster General, Louis DeHoy, who took the job in 2020, at the time that was with Trump's backing, actually gave notice last Monday that he's planning to resign. His Delivering for America initiative was designed to streamline operations and reduce inefficiencies. But they have been unable for years to cover their expenses through revenues generated from the sale of products and services. Expenses have grown faster than revenues, in part due to rising compensation and benefit cost, combined with the continuing decline in volume when it comes to first-class mail, which would be their most profitable product. The U.S. Postal Service does indeed need change, and we stand ready to help with efforts to protect the mail delivery. But the people are frustrated with the U.S. Postal Service because it's essential to our daily lives, and the only courier able to deliver for all Americans, yet has become prohibitively expensive and unreliable for businesses and consumers alike, according to the executive director of Keep U.S. Posted, Kevin Yoder. Our message to President Trump is to freeze the rates. Americans cannot afford the 11.5% July rate hike that the board has been plotting. We also need to modernize the structure of the Postal Service so that it's more efficient and accountable. Now is the time to create a more reliable, affordable Postal Service. Keep U.S. Posted, or Keep Us Posted, is an advocacy group of consumers, nonprofits, newspapers, greeting card publishers, magazines, I guess anything that uses the mail. Trump frequently talked in the past about privatizing the Postal Service, taking away their independent status. That is seen by some as a possible first step toward making it a for-profit business. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
CDL Life shared a story this past day of the truck driver who is now suing a Virginia police department over their treatment of him during what turned out to be a medical emergency that resulted in a commercial vehicle crash. 54-year-old William Heim from Kentucky is now suing the Wytheville Police Department for a crash that occurred back in April of 2023 in Wytheville, Virginia. The lawsuit was just filed, January the 25th of this year. Now, according to the local news outlet WDBJ7, Heim crashed his tractor trailer into an SUV. Sergeant Zachary Puckett with the Wytheville Police Department responding to the scene. Now, it's caught on body cam. Heim was clearly disoriented, and the officer quickly accused him of being under the influence, stating, "You can barely speak. You're not making any sense at all." All right, partner, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to be honest, okay? Honesty goes a long way with me. What type of drugs are you using? To which he responded, "I haven't." No medical problems at all? Any physical handicaps, anything like that? No mental problems? Any street drugs, marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine, anything like that? You've not had any alcohol? No, the responses. He responded no to each question. They proceeded to put him through the cognitive test and a breathalyzer. He blew a .01. But he was never asked if he needed any medical attention and was ultimately placed under arrest and booked into the New River Valley Jail on a DWI charge. His universal drug screening came back negative, but ultimately he was left in the cell for 27 hours, during which time he was disoriented, unable to control his bodily functions, including urinating on himself several times, never offered medical care. Remained in the cell until his sister begged jail staff to get him medical help. Well, apparently 5 p.m. the day after the crash, he was taken to the Clarion New River Valley Medical Center, where it was determined he had suffered a stroke, and he was not under the influence of any substances. The lawsuit claiming the department's treatment resulted in extremely delayed medical care, leaving him now with extensive and permanent injuries. He now requires assistance 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in order to survive. Wow. It looks like they're seeking $10 million in damages, alleging that the officer that responded and the two others involved in his arrest were negligent. All right, we'll leave it off there. something we maybe follow up on another program. But we'll close it out there. A Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Thanks for spending some time with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but